Mayesia, ahe. Jolly Papa Mayesia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa Mayesia, ahe. Jolly Papa Mayesia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa Mayesia, ahe. Ipayame mara medawasi ewada wachiremi. Ipayame mara medawasi medopa. Tamuno ten tamuno bo obasi zizio temeho meka oh. Mi melo anio, I say jana ludo, I say you're at your phone. Damn oh, mega oh. Kali Papa Mayesia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa Mayesia, ahe. Jolly Papa Mayesia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa Mayesia, ahe.
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct. The third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyim, you are sacked. Chukwuemeka, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. Chinazan Woru, you are sacked. Fidelis Ejogu, you are sacked. Chidin Manworu, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. Keuda, you are indefinitely expelled. You are Nigerian agents. Stay off from IPOB. You no longer speak, you no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000 of blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra Vanguard Media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of Avid, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. The fourth DOS is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
Art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, we pray. He say. One thing is obvious that I want to remind the zoo this very evening is that we are indestructible. And we are not going to stop until we get what we are looking for. What we're asking for is simply a referendum that will lead us to the democracy, the freedom, the liberation that Biafra portends, not just for the trapped and subdued indigenous populations in the damnable contraption called Nigeria, but the whole of Africa as well. Because right now we are in a state of war. We are in a state of war. It is the express wish of the Fulani Caliphate to kill our people. Their plan during the war was to kill every male, every adult, male and female, up to the age of 10. and then groom them to become Janjaweed slaves. That was what happened. They tried that experiment with a few people. Emeka Offor was one of them. Go and ask. Some of you do not understand your history. You have no idea where you're coming from. That is why some of you do not know where you're going to. That is why fools like Omahi are confused. That is why they do not understand what we are confronting, what we are facing. I want Dave Omahi to understand something very, 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 very carefully. To pay attention to what I have to say. You were against IPOB, your army, your police. You people are the ones inviting the army to come and kill your own people. Our land is the way it is today because of Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma thought that we are in the era of 2017, 2018, 2019. Bring the Fulani army to come, kill one or two people, and everything will be quiet. No, not anymore. They are going to die in our land. Some of you idiots, some of the people, some of you, should I say, natural born saboteurs and traitors. Some of you fools that can never see what the enemy is doing to you is only when there is a retaliation that you start to yap and to complain. I want to remind each and every one of you that Nigeria has been killing us since 1945. Since 1945. And your peaceful agitation never got you anywhere. Begging and pleading never got you anywhere. They killed in 1945, killed in 1953, killed in 1950. In fact, every year since 1945, they've been killing you. They slap you on one side, you turn the other one. That was the cut off the head of Akaloka. Nobody said anything or did anything about it. That is why none of you is among the Security Council in the zoo. You don't even understand. You don't even reason very well. You think that by saying yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, to everything that Fulani says, that they will love you. You are a fool. Therefore, why you are an idiot? You are a fool, a complete idiot. You should have focused on your 419. You should have used your computer to be scamming white people. That is your job. Or that was your job, and maybe it still is. Before you became, the Fulani picked you up. Because what the Fulanis did was to go and pick up vagabonds in our land to make them governors. And yourself. Will you people come out in the public to speak? When our land was our land, can you people come outside to speak? Because in our land, once you are a criminal, you will not be allowed to speak in public. Once you are a thief, you can never be allowed to speak in the gathering of the elders. It's impossible. You cannot do it. But of course, we are living in strange times. We are living in the time of the Fulani Janjaweed. That was, if not that people rose up and said, no, Ararume would have been the governor of Imo State today. Another criminal, another murderer, another killer. These are the type of vagrants that the Fulanis are bringing to come and lead us. Dave Umahi, you're telling me you don't understand what happened to your people. You don't understand that we lost 5 million people. Look at all the commissioners of police saying, oh, don't come outside. No, you can go. Dishonor the dead. Don't remember your heroes. Let me remind you what they did to you, because some of you do not know. As they were running from the aircraft, as the massacre was going on, there were Igbo people amongst the custom officers, and they dropped their chalk and they fled, only to be shot in the main terminal by other soldiers. I hope, Dave Umahi, you're listening to me very carefully. I am not the person to remind you to honor the dead. Because with great position comes great responsibility. I don't want to denigrate the death of Abiola because he did very well for his people. The Yoruba political leaders, they fought and agitated until June 12 became a public holiday. Is that not true? One man, one Yoruba man. And we lost over 5 million people. Do you see why you people are not leaders? Why you're not cut out to lead? Have you not seen Netanyahu stand before the whole world during the commemoration of Holocaust that happened in Europe? Every blessed year, Have you not seen Her Britannic Majesty, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, stand at the cenotaph the 11th of November every blessed year to remember those that fought and died for their country? Do you also know, Dave Umahi, in your stupidity, you don't even begin to acknowledge that had all these men that perished in the trenches had they not died in the trenches, look at what is happening in Plateau, look at what is happening in Taraba, look at what is happening in Benue. Look at what is even happening in Niger State. The same thing, look at what is happening in Yoruba land. The same thing could have been happening to us today. Let me tell you something that you don't know. Because these men fought and died for us, they gave us hope. That was the job of Ojukwu. Ojukwu was the Moses of our time, our trailblazer. God used Ojukwu to say to us, there is a promised land somewhere called Biafra. Only when you people are worthy will I lead you to that land. Israelites were wandering all over the wilderness for 40 years. We have been wandering now for over 50 years because of our sinful nature, because of our wickedness against our own people. This same army that killed our people and slaughtered us is the same army that you criminals are inviting into our land to kill the same people, that their fathers were killed by the same vagabonds that you're bringing in. Do you see why we despise, why you people are lower than vermin? One, you don't even know your responsibilities. You have no idea what it means to be a leader. You don't have a clue what it means to be a leader of a people. You people should have been the ones directing us and saying, these are the days we honor. These are the things we are going to do. Did you take the lead? The answer is no. Until IPOB came, or until Chukwuemeka determined that we should come. Instead of you to say, this is a very laudable initiative. How do we get the government of Nigeria to acknowledge 30th of May as the day that a grave injustice was done to a particular race? You idiots, due to what I will call political expediency, you are more or less interested in safeguarding your own private political position. Shame on all of you. Some of you say, oh, but the Yoruba agitators, they don't insult their leaders. But their leaders fought for the death of one man, one single man, Abiola, to be recognized and immortalized in the calendar of, should I say, Nigerian politics. You lost over 5 million people out of cowardice and fear. You can't even rise up to defend or argue for the right of these people to be remembered. Do you see why you're not leaders and can never lead? All of you are rent boys. What people are doing, you are Yahoo, you're just in office serving Fulani interest. And you claim you're governors. No matter if I were to be a governor, or had I been a governor in our land, there is no amount of provocation that would make me to go to Abuja to beg for Fulani soldiers to come into our land to kill our people. I will never do it. Never. Not in a billion years. But it goes to show the level of hatred that these people have for us. It goes to show the extent they are prepared to go in order to subdue the truth. And Dave Umahi is the one championing it. Why are you threatening people with their economic livelihood? Why? Their means of survival. Why? Because you know you will lose. In a straight fight, you will lose. I suppose Odumegwu is now losing. You people can make all the noise you like. You can come out and talk whatever rubbish. You can falsify the news. You can pay all the journalists in the zoo to write your own narrative. That's entirely your business. But the truth will always speak for itself. And the truth of the matter is that you people cannot win this very war. You cannot win it. Not in a trillion years, you cannot win. Nobody in history has ever defeated a volunteer army of the people. Go and read history. Nobody ever. Go and study it very, very well. We are in very critical times. If you go to my page, you will read it. I only tweeted a bit of it so that others can see. If you Google it, Times Magazine of London, 7th of October 1966, you will see what they did to us in your so-called one Nigeria. If after going through this, if after reading all this, you still believe in one Nigeria, as a Biafran, more or less as an Igbo person, as an Efik person, as an Ibibio person, then believe you me, there is something fundamentally wrong with your brain cells. You're not well. And these are the people that the likes of Ojukwu Okalo, Dave Umahi are forcing us to belong to. These are the people that killed us. Imagine what our soldiers will be thinking in their graves, wherever they are lying today. That the same people that came to annihilate our race are being invited into our land to continue the killing by those that claim they are political leaders. And you want me to respect you? How is that possible? How is that possible, I ask you? How? If not for IPOB, would anybody remember 30th of May? Of course not. But you are political leaders. We are the leaders. We want to go. Look at the idiot. So after this very pathetic and hopeless display of cowardice and mediocrity, you think I will allow you to go to Abuja to go and negotiate on behalf of IPOB? Is that what you think? One family will look at you, you will start wetting your pants. Your boxer short will be soaked in your memory because you're a coward, a wretched coward. The only place you people have strength in this life is to bring army to attack your own people. That is the only time that you're human. That is the only time you want to exercise your powers. But when Mietiala was raping and killing our mothers, you wretched, idiotic coward Dave Umahi came on television and was crying like a little baby. Did you ask the army to come to kill Mietiala or to flush them out of Ebonyi State? No, you did not. I gave the order to the men on the ground. And today, we have rid Ebonyi State of Mietiala terrorist group. You did not do it. We did it. Not you. The only time it matters to you is to bring in army to kill your people. That is the only time you people have courage and strength. That is why you people don't deserve to live. I'm telling you the truth. You people are evil, beyond evil. Look at Gani Adams. Ekpa Gani Adams. Look at Akintoye. Professor Akintoye, look at Sunday Igboho. Let me ask all you idiots from the East, fools, how many times have you heard any so-called Yoruba intelligentsia or politician rise up and say, arrest them all, kill them all, do this, how many times I'm asking you? How many times? Yet you don't learn anything. That is why Fulanis are begging Yoruba every day, begging them, we will give you this, don't break away. But look at you idiots begging every day. Oh, yes, sir, yes, yes, Alhaji, yes, Alhaji. You have nothing, but you don't learn. You're not intelligent, all of you. So-called governors, you don't know nothing. They come, they promise you Senate president. The only people that had about 6 or 7 Senate presidents. No! Only one group of people out of their idiocy. When Fulani now saw all this nonsense with the help and support of the British, their white masters, ordinary Senate president you can no longer have, you can no longer get, you can no longer enjoy, never again. The time they gave it to you, it was like ping pong. After this person is that, what's that man's name again? I've forgotten his name. After that, it was Chubakadibu. After Chubakadibu, it was Parasite. After Parasite, oh my God in heaven, only one people. The same thing you're doing today, Dave, all of you idiotic governors. That's what you're doing. And when you were doing it, you thought you were doing your people a great service, but you were doing them a greater disservice. Do you know why? After all that nonsense you did, thinking you're serving the zoo, you're serving a passenger, all of you are loyal, you go behind the back. Ever say when them undermined Chubakadibu. Chubakadibu came out and undermined God knows whoever. The other person, Parasite came, one came, only you people, only one people. And when you were doing it, you thought you were advancing your political careers. But today, look at the consequences. No Igbo man holds any meaningful position, not even deputy, none. That tells you that the path you people are traveling is disastrous. Disastrous. What stops you from, there is something called magnanimity. What stops all these governors from being magnanimous? To say, okay, you people, you've done very well so far. Let us take it over from here. Every 30th of May, there's going to be a lockdown of all our land. At least, if you try it only once, believe you me, the next day your phone will ring. And that your boyfriend, that your lover, that Alhaji that is loving you, he will upgrade you maybe from one room to the penthouse of the hotel, maybe a Transcorp, where they're using you people in Abuja. Because you're all rent boys. We know that for sure. We know that before they give you any position, that's what they do. They will sleep with you. Isn't that what they do to all of you? All these people you call your governors, ask them who doesn't have a boyfriend that is an Alhaji in the north. But they are married with kids. That is why they have no soul. The Fulani will need to do that to them. It's called Dandaudu, in order to remove the humanity from them. If you don't know, let me tell you. These are the idiots. Some of you, wretched, I don't know how to describe you. These are the idiots you call your leaders. Do you know the meaning of leadership? Do you even understand the meaning of leadership? Look at Yoruba governors. They are singing Yoruba national anthem in their schools. Compare that to the idiots that you have in Biafra land. Dave Umahi. That is a local, I don't know how to put it in English language. We will see. I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. I don't want Nigerian army to kill you and then you start blaming people that are innocent. Because some of you hate yourselves. Self-hatred is the key killer of the destiny of the East. Self-hatred. When you hate yourself, other people will hate you 4 times over. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day down. And should the zoo army attempt any stupidity, they will be confronted on that very day too. I want people to leave the roads open. Can you hear this way on the 31st? Don't come outside. So that stray bullet will not touch you. Don't come outside. Let us settle this nonsense once and for all. Because the Nigerian army, they are made up of cowards. They always attack civilians. That's what they do. You defeat them, they start attacking civilians. Today, they blocked Head Bridge. Can you imagine such rubbish? They blocked Head Bridge, shouting like mad people. What they are trying to do is to see if by inflicting collective punishment on the populace, somehow you will turn against people who are fighting for the liberation. I want to remind them that the Cameroonian army tried it in Ambazonia and it failed after 8 months. Now every Ambazonian is a freedom fighter. You know, sometimes they think that by oppressing people, by killing people, somehow they will scare you into submission, not knowing that they are grooming and breeding hardened freedom fighters that despise the zoo with every sinew of their body. That's what they don't understand it. Look at Imo State. Only because you killed the consul. Only consul Kibu. Look at Imo State. Imagine when you kill the top leadership of IPOB and then you get to us. Imagine what will happen. Even every living organism, including amoeba and euglena viridis, even single cell animals will perish. We are getting there very closely. And you are going to suffer. The zoo will suffer. And all of you informants, let me warn you, if you know your brother, your uncle, your sister is an informant, please prepare for their burial because they're going to die. If you're an Eze, Igwe, PG, all these people, and you are pointing hand, saying IPOB lives here, they live there, it is only a matter of time you're going to die. You will die. Because you are part and parcel of those pointing out freedom fighters to be killed by the enemy. Are you telling me that Ojukwu fought for nothing? That all our soldiers that perished between 67 and 70, that they all died for nothing? Is that what you're telling me? That today you're proudly working for the Fulani Janjaweed. Today, the border has been opened in the west. Oduduwa fighters have confronted the zoo, they have opened their border in the west. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that gallant Oduduwa fighters have opened the front in the west? All you do is to gossip, come to Facebook, come to be writing junk, rubbish every blessed day. When they came to my house to kill me on the 14th of September 2017, did I do anything wrong to the zoo? I was fighting for my people, that's all. When they killed us at National High School, what did we do wrong? What did we do? How did we offend anybody? I ask you. Nothing. They were killing us. Now that God has sent his angels to come and protect the weak, now you have discovered where your pen is. So every day you're typing and writing rubbish. As if it has any effect or it will have any effect on us. Of course, you know it will never have any effect on us. Look at the people telling you, do not come make sure you disobey this sit-at-home order by Nnamdi Kanu. Don't obey him. The same people, but in their own land, they have Sharia. When all these police commissioners in River State, in Imo State, in Abia, in Enugu, in Ebonyi, when you Muslims were agitating for Sharia in the north, did anybody stop you? But you're in our land. You're in our land, telling us what to do. I said it before and allow me to repeat. As soon as Biafra comes, at every entry point into Biafra, every seaport, every airport, every land crossing, there will be a DNA kit. We'll have a sample of Fulani Janjaweed DNA on one side. And we'll have a sample of Biafran DNA on another side. We'll test everybody coming in and leaving. If you have Fulani Janjaweed DNA inside you, we'll send you back to the Sahel. You go there and live with them. You people make me sick. They don't understand that they are making us stronger. You don't know. Go and look at the history of freedom fighting. You are making us stronger. Hitler killed 6 million Jews, thinking after killing them, somehow the Jews will bow and submit. Today, Israel has the best army in the whole world. That's how human life is. I want to let Dave Omahi understand something. Take your phone. Some of you have 3 or 4 phones. Take one of your phones. Tell that your phone, your mobile phone, you're holding in your right or left hand, I am going to use you to injure my body. You see, this body you're going to suffer. Start to rub your phone on a particular spot at the back of your arm or anywhere of your body. Keep rubbing it. Every day, keep rubbing it. You know, previously your skin used to be very soft. But as time goes on, you will find out that that place you've been rubbing all the time, putting pressure all the time, has acquired some measure of hardness. That is human nature for you. And I want every Fulani Janjaweed to do this very, very simple experiment. Take any object, be rubbing it against your skin slowly. That's your skin that is very soft. After 3 or 4 days, you will notice that that part you've been rubbing all the time has developed a semblance of toughness. Even in nature, nature do not capitulate. What makes you think that we are going to capitulate? Impossible. Maybe your father is a permanent secretary, or maybe minister, or maybe commissioner, or maybe eating from Hope Uzodinma or Dave Umahi. Maybe they gave you a contract. All of you. Nobody is stopping you from enjoying whatever you're enjoying with government. But allow those fighting for their freedom to fight for their freedom. You have no right to intervene. Allow me to read on the 31st. If you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to try. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. So that when you die and go to the world beyond, you will meet the likes of Ikonso, and they will even deal with her. They're dealing with that idiot at Ahiru right now. Do you understand me? The era of our idiocy has come and gone. All that, the era of the Fulefu has finished in 2021. If you finish writing all your rubbish, on Monday you will sit at home. On Monday you will be inside your house. Because there are places in our land where foolishness is in very high supply. Omaha is one of them. One of the most foolish places we have on this earth is Omaha, my so-called hometown. Very foolish people. That was the last headquarters of Biafra before Biafra fell. But they are very, very foolish. But on Monday, we're going to teach them a lesson on Monday. Let them come out again to go to Ban Market, to go and open shop. I want anybody, any chairman of any market that is opened, any market you open, the chairman will hear from us. In Biafra land, any market you open, you will hear from us. Another idiotic place is Enugu, our own capital. Look at how foolish all Biafran capitals are. Enugu is another place. I don't know if half of them is born by Fulani. I have no idea. I'm warning all of you in Enugu. On the 31st, you sit at home. If you come outside, you will experience miracle. That miracle you'll be waiting for all your life, you will see it in broad daylight. Enugu is known for their stupidity and non-compliance. Omoaha is known for their stupidity and non-compliance, and those are Abakaliki. If you attempt to come out in any of these places, anything that befalls you, you carry it on your own head. Because people are foolish. On the 12th of June, all of you will sit at home. It will be a holiday. You will remember Yoruba man. You idiots. You will remember a Yoruba man that's sitting at home. One man only. In our own case, we lost 5 million people. And you can, if you don't sit at home, we'll make you sit at home by force. People, no wonder we are suffering. You would have no appreciation of the sacrifice of the dead. You think everything is mercantilism, is buying and selling. You convert every situation into a currency. You always look at the monetary value of every circumstance you find yourself in. That is why we have saboteurs and traitors within. They want to convert their position into money so that Abuja can recognize them and come and give them money. But we'll get all of you one after the other. You will see what will happen to you. Warri is Biafra land. They must join the lockdown. Asaba always complies. Asaba will comply. I want Calabar to be locked down as well, everywhere, because we all died together. To all of to Janjaweed, we're all Nyami. That's how they see us. Ken Serowa has been forgotten, hasn't he? Nobody remembers Ken Serowa anymore. Because we cannot come together to fight. But the time has come. We must come together to fight everywhere. Can you imagine? Do you think that a Southern Commissioner of Police in Kanu will tell them what to do? They'll cut off his head that same night. But an idiot can come to our land and tell us what to do. They'll give money to punch this way, give money to all these corrupt journalists. They will write whatever rubbish. And you're claiming you're serving the people when you're serving the enemy. The Nigerian army cannot fight any war or battle. They are cowards. Anytime they are defeated, they will go to the nearest village to look for who to kill. I was told that they plan to go to Ihiala tonight because they are cowards. Go to the bush and look for people who are looking for you. You're going from house to house, doing showman, gara gara, as if what you're doing on the road affects people in the bush. You think they give a damn about what you're doing on the road? If you like, go to a village and bomb it till the kingdom come. It cannot stop men from the bush from coming out to do their work. And for the very first time on the 31st, in the next 2 days, I will give the order. If there is any stupidity anywhere, I will give the order for ESN to leave the bushes and come out on the streets. From the 31st, day after tomorrow. Allow me to warn all your governors now. Any state governor starting from Dave Umahi, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, if you try any rubbish on the 31st, by trying to penalize anybody opening their shop on the 31st, I will ask ESN to come out on the streets of Abakaliki.
1963 have come, and I don't know how Africa or Nigeria people are thinking. How can somebody want to go back to 1960? When Western world want to start to go to 30 years to come, where I am living now, when we are planning government here, we are planning 30 years. We have 30 years program. As I'm talking to you now, we have 30 years program. We have 30 years 30 good years to come. We are already planning. How can somebody be making reference to 1963? Because, do you know why? Because they lack critical thinking. You see, why some countries are very progressive is because they amend their laws every year. Every year they change something, they add something according to how the economy, according to how the world, the global village is changing, according to how. So you change, you amend. You don't just come and say, I did it in 1960. It worked. So let us go back to 1960. What kind of nonsense is that? That is nonsense. And because in that 1963, there were no Fulani killing everybody in Biafra land. In that 1963, when as they are talking about, there were nobody being butchered and cut off their head in Yoruba land. In this same 1963 that this man is referring to, in Agato, nobody was killed. As I'm talking to you today, they raised over 250 houses in Plateau State. In 1963, it didn't happen. So people should stop dreaming. You see, what is bringing this kind of talk is too much dream. You know, some people have lose hope in their life. They have struggled and struggled. And you know Nigeria, the more you struggle, the harder it becomes. So they have struggled and struggled and struggled, and all they can do now is to go to their bed every night and dream. The dream of how Nigeria was flying in the air. The dream of how elephant went to Aso Rock and killed Buhari. The dream of how all the presidency, they drank a sniper and all of them died. And then they will wake up and follow you to prayer. Stop dreaming. 1963 is not 2021. A lot have changed. And let me tell you, in case you do not know what have changed between 1963 and 2021, I am telling you now, in 1963, there were no Boko Haram in Nigeria. And nobody knew in 1963 that there will be something you call Boko Haram. In fact, in 1963, Nigeria did not see terrorists coming to Nigeria. But today, you have terrorists. So, If terrorists were there in 1963, you wouldn't have that thing you are referring to now. You would not have the structure you have in 1963 that you are making reference to. In 1963, you do not have Ansar. You do not have Al-Qaeda. You do not have bandit kidnapping and abducting people from school. You don't have it. Because if you do have it, you may not have that structure you had in 1963. So before you come back, or before you come to, instead of making progressive, you are retrograding. Retrogressive. People are making, we, the Biafra people, we want to go forward. We want to do things we have not done before, not what we have done in 1960. Who does that? ISWAP was not there. ISWAP was not there. Fulani have not been killing people in 1960. Fulani was not killing people in 1960. So how can you come back now and tell us that, in 1960, the Nigeria was this, the economy was booming, the Igbo people was doing this, Yoruba was doing that.
Heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth.
Yes, I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, those who have joined. I appreciate everyone that has connected, wherever you are connecting from. More especially those that are joining me from TikTok. I can see my brother Gentle. Thank you so much for your support, Gentle, and every other person that is out there on TikTok. I welcome you all. I appreciate you. I thank you for being part of the program. I appreciate those who are watching from Facebook. Thank you for being there on Facebook. And those who are watching on X, I appreciate you and also those that are watching on YouTube. I welcome every one of you that has connected to this program. Thank you for joining. As you join us on this program, like and share the program. Like and share the program to all platforms. Share to family and friends. Share to your neighbors. As you join the program, click like. It is very important. They are reporting our platforms. As they continue to report and continue to tighten our views, please, you have to continue to like also. You have to continue to like, either you're watching on TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube, wherever you're watching, like and share the program, because they are attacking the program. They have tried as much as possible to bring the platform down, but they have not been able to succeed. And as long as you are there doing your own part, if you can be able to help to share the program and also like, they will not bring us down. We will continue to speak and speak the truth and nothing but the truth. In this platform, we don't come here to attack anybody. We don't come here for propaganda or blackmail. We do not come here to attack any race or religion. We do not come here for any sort of deception. All we do here is to promote the cause of Biafra. That is why we're here, and we will continue to promote the cause of Biafra, no matter how difficult it is, no matter the attacks they are bringing to us, no matter where the attack is coming from. We will never back down. For as long as we have a place where we can come and air our views, we will continue to come. So I welcome everyone that has connected. Like and share the program on your platform. Share to family and friends, wherever you are watching from. I welcome all of you. So this morning we have come once again to continue to preach the gospel of Biafra as we have always done. As I told you, it's an interesting time. Today is the 31st of July, and tomorrow is going to be 1st of August. August is a very, very important month. Very important month. A lot is going to happen. A lot is going to happen. So we need to be steadfast and focused. August is a special month. August is also my month of birth. August is also my month of birth. So it's a month that I know is filled with so many things. So I'll be preparing for my birthday. I believe that Biafra also is going to celebrate victory. As we in August, you know, from today now, we have just 5 days to go. 4 days to the protest and 5 days to the case of Master Simon Ekpa. 4 days to the protest and 5 days to the case of Master Simon Ekpa. So wherever you are, I know you are already prepared. Every one of us, I know you are already prepared and you are gearing up to join us in Finland. So wherever you are, prepare yourself. 5 days to go. You know, for a long time we have been saying August, August, August. Finally, August is here. August is here. When we were talking about August, it will seem as if the August will never come. Finally, look at the August we have been calling upon. August is here at last. So wherever you are and you're watching, I welcome you. Thank you so much, Gentle. I appreciate you for that birthday wishes. I appreciate you. My birthday is going to be next month. By next month, 29th of next month, I'll be expecting my birthday. And before then, I know many good things will happen. Biafra is going to have a new shape, and I believe strongly that our Prime Minister, Master Simon Ekpa, will join us by then, and our Master Nnamdi also. We have a move. We're going to have a date of Master Nnamdi joining us. So don't lose your faith. Don't allow anything to distract you. No matter how they attack, the attack is going to increase, as you can see. And why the attack is increasing on us, those of us that are sincere and focused on what we are doing, the attack is going to increase because the enemy know that they have a limited time. The enemies of Biafra have a limited time. They know that their time is limited. Anything they are going to do against us is now. After this time, they cannot do anything again. After this time. So they are trying to use every power they have. They are trying to use every resource they have. They are trying to use every medium they have to see that they pull us down. So wherever you are, as an individual, as a group, if they attack you, call you names or whatever, just have patience and endure. Have patience. Whatever challenges that comes your way, have patience. If people that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu Mazen Nnamdi himself gave a name. If they can come today on camera and abuse him, how much more you? How much more me? If the same people that Mazen Nnamdi made popular can come today and abuse it, the same people Mazen Nnamdi is fighting for, the same people Mazen Nnamdi is facing almost death sentence for, if they can come online publicly and call for his death, how much more you and I? So when you see all those things, that's why you see there's nothing anybody can do that will make you to withdraw. Just continue to do the little things you know you can do. Continue to do it. Every little things we are doing, at the end of the day, the air that we breathe, the heavens will hear our voice. Our forefathers will bear witness that you and I, we fought and we said what we have to say when we had to say it. Whether they listened or they didn't listen, it doesn't make any difference. The most important thing is that we have spoken, we have shouted, which is our duty to speak and to educate people. So whoever listens and who decides to go the other way, it is their own business. So we must continue. My joy is that every single day, there is confirmation that what we are saying and what we are doing is right. You can imagine, after so many years, after almost 60 or 70 years, 160 years, it is only now that Nigeria is realizing that it is worthy to celebrate the first military president of Nigeria, Aguiyi-Ironsi, who was murdered in cold blood. Aguiyi-Ironsi was murdered in cold blood. And nobody remembers him, nobody celebrates him, except for this year. Only this year, they have remembered that he deserves a proper recognition and remembrance. And I thank the governor of Abia State, Oti. Governor of Abia State have made a milestone by making the world to know that the first military president of Nigeria, Aguiyi-Ironsi, an Igbo man, was murdered in cold blood. And Nigeria forgot him. They threw him to the trash. Nobody remembers him, except for this year, after so many years. And why it is remembrance coming? It is because of what you are doing. It is because of what I'm doing. Everything we are doing is yielding fruit. You think they're not hearing us? They are hearing us. I have been speaking about the issue of Aguiyi-Ironsi in most of my program. That this is the first military president, a first major general, a major general that was crowned by the British. He's not Nigerian major general, not these ones they get promoted by doing nothing. The first major general crowned by British, the first African to command a UN troop, the first black man to command a UN troop. Nigerian government murdered him in cold blood. And the man that murdered him today is celebrated in Nigeria. The man that took the life of Aguiyi-Ironsi is one of the richest man, if not the richest man in Nigeria. They compensated him with an oil well, and they forgot the force. And this man was not fighting for Igbo, neither was he fighting for Biafra. He was a hardcore one Nigerianist. A hardcore one Nigerianist. And it is because of one Nigeria that he introduced unitary system so that everybody will feel belong. And that thing he did, they turned it against him. It was even the reason they killed him. It was because of the same one Nigeria that he was fighting for that they took his life. Aguiyi-Ironsi surrounded himself with northerners, surrounded himself with other tribes. Even when he was warned, he refused. He refused. Even the person that warned him, instead of him listening, he went and published it and talked about it in the public. To show you how hardcore one Nigeria he was. But simply because he was an Igbo man, they never trusted him. They took his life. The hatred on the Igbos did not start yesterday. It started right from the time of amalgamation. That was when it started. And that hatred started from the British. And the British handed the hatred over to the Fulanis. And they continued till up to date. Aguiyi-Ironsi, the first head of the military head of state in Nigeria. The first military head of state and a British major general crowned by the British. The first black African military man to command command the federal troop, international troop, United Nations troop. The first. They murdered him in cold blood, and he was forgotten. There was no remembrance of him. There nobody speaking about him, except for this year. Alex Oti finally remembered. and many of you must have seen the video. Maybe as time goes on, for those who are on YouTube, I will play the video. So most of you have seen the videos that are going viral that was played on his members, laying of stones and all the things that was done. Obasanjo was there. The drug baron in Asorok sent the delegates. The Christopher Musa, the idiot, was there also speaking. And all of them were giving their useless speech that doesn't make sense. But this man, an innocent man, was murdered in cold blood. For many years, nobody remembered. The remembrance of Aguiyi-Ironsi is supposed to be done in Abuja. If Nigeria was to be a nation that wants to grow, if Nigeria was supposed to be one, the remembrance of Aguiyi-Ironsi is supposed to be done in Abuja. It's supposed to be done in Abuja, not in his hometown, not in Abia. But they made sure they forgot everything about him. It is only Oti that came to revive it. Oti came to revive it. And what gave Oti the courage? Of course, it is because of what the Biafrans are doing. Everything we are doing every day, the battle that Nnamdi Kanu is fighting and speaking about every day, what Samuel was speaking about, fighting every day, and what we are doing, that was what gave him the courage. And that is why we must not stop. It does not matter what happens. Don't stop. Even when it seems like nobody is listening to you, continue to speak. There are people that still have conscience. There are still people that have conscience. Even when it seems that nobody is watching you, nobody is listening, continue to speak. Continue to speak. The air that we breathe will bear witness that we have spoken. The heavens and the earth will bear witness that we have spoken. Do your part and let Chukwuemeka do his part. It is because of what Nnamdi Kanu has done. It is because of what Samuel has done. It is because of what you and I are doing today. That is why, unless Oti can have that courage, I appreciate him for that. Congratulations to him for that. To force them to come and pay homage to the first military head of state of Nigeria, Aguiyi-Ironsi. Johnson Thomas Aguiyi-Ironsi, who was forgotten, completely forgotten. Look at Murtala Muhammad. Murtala Muhammad that conducted genocide in Biafra land. That led the genocide, the Sabah massacre. The Sabah massacre was led by Murtala Muhammad. But Murtala Muhammad is crowned in Nigeria. He's made as an icon that whenever you fly from any place and enter into Nigeria, when you talk about Nigeria, you must first of all talk about Murtala Muhammad. They gave him the international airport where everybody, if you want to describe Nigeria, the description of Nigeria is Murtala Muhammad, a man that committed genocide, a man that massacred the Biafra people. But look at a military general, the first military general of Nigeria, an innocent man who was murdered in cold blood. They forgot about him completely. The man that murdered him is still alive. T.Y. Danjuma, he's still alive. The man that killed Aguiyi-Ironsi, he's still alive. And they crowned him with giving him oil well. He is the richest man, almost if not the richest, one of the richest in Nigeria today, for taking the life of Aguiyi-Ironsi. He was made the richest. For taking the life of Aguiyi-Ironsi, he was made one of the richest, if not the richest, in Nigeria today. But I thank Chukwuemeka that his own people are paying the price. The same way he murdered Aguiyi-Ironsi in cold blood. Today, look at this bloodshed in his own area. He can't even do anything. Every time he comes, he complains, defend yourself, defend yourself. Defend yourself, defend yourself. And they are buying his people every day. That is how bad it is. That's how, whatever you do, live with you. The evil that men do, live with them, not after them. Today, with his own eye, he's seen that evil. The people they are celebrating today are the people who came together and committed genocide in Biafra land. But an innocent man, the very first military general, a British general, British general, not this their quota general in Nigeria, general without war, a man that fought different wars, including World War. He was there, commanded United Nations troops, the first African to command United Nations troops. They murdered him and forgot about him. Only this year, a proper remembrance has been given to him by Abia State government. Only this year, after more than 60 years. Only this year, a proper recognition a proper remembrance was made of Aguiyi-Ironsi. Of course, by his own people, a fellow Igbo man. If Nigeria were to be a country, you can't push Aguiyi-Ironsi aside. If Nigeria were to be a nation, Aguiyi-Ironsi is supposed to be a symbol that whenever you talk of any Nigerian capital, Aguiyi-Ironsi is supposed to be remembered there. There is supposed to be a statue of Aguiyi-Ironsi in every capital in Nigeria. But what do you see? The people they remember and they give entitlement to are those who committed genocide in Biafra. They compensate them with oil well, compensate them with honors. The world recognizes them, people who committed genocide, but an innocent man who was murdered simply because he was trying to create unity. The same unitary system that was why they murdered him. That is why I say any person from Igbo extraction that is calling for one Nigeria, you are an idiot. And that death you are calling upon will come upon your head, not upon us. Because every Igbo person that have gone out to seek for unity of Nigeria end up bringing death. Check from history. I am speaking based on history. This is not just a story. Every Igbo person that have moved out to pursue unity of Nigeria, at the end of the day, what he brings back to his people is death. I'm not just saying it because I'm saying it because it is a truth. It is a fact, a verifiable fact. Go and check from history. And from history, everyone that have made a move to save Nigeria has always been an Igbo man. Whenever Nigeria is looking for a savior, the people that make a move to save Nigeria has always been an Igbo. But at the end of the day, what happened? Nigeria itself will reject that person, take his life, and end up buying many of us. Starting from Chukwuemeka revolution. Chukwuemeka revolution, they turned it to Igbo coup. At the end of the day, it brought about pogrom that thousands of Igbos were murdered in cold blood, children and women. Aguiyi-Ironsi came with his unitary system to unite Nigeria. He wasn't talking about Biafra nor Igbo, one Nigeria. The unitary system was to make everyone feel belonging, since they feel that their people were murdered during that revolution. Because if they didn't make it that way, it will seem as if he wants to come and dominate and take everything to his own side, the Igbo side. So he started to introduce unitary system where everybody will be equal, everything will be shared equal among everybody, including the resources, shared equal. Because of that same move, they murdered Aguiyi-Ironsi. Even today, some of them are still accusing Aguiyi-Ironsi of introducing unitary system. And Aguiyi-Ironsi, how many months did the Aguiyi-Ironsi system in power? How many months? How many months did Aguiyi-Ironsi stay in power? So you don't like the unitary system. When you remove Aguiyi-Ironsi and murdered him, why did you still retain that system? Why did you still retain the system since you blame Aguiyi-Ironsi for the unitary system? Aguiyi-Ironsi was there for months only, trying to create a Nigeria that will be conducive for everybody. You didn't want it. You murdered him for that. And yet you retained that thing he was doing that he said is evil. You retained the same unitary system. You retained it. He didn't remove it. You retained the unitary system and you murdered him. Up to today, that same unitary system is still what they are still holding on today. That is what they are still holding on today. Even though they accuse Aguiyi-Ironsi of putting it in place with a good intention. Now they came into it now, and then what they were accusing Aguiyi-Ironsi of is what they actually did. Taking every resources to themselves. Controlling the entire region. Capturing the entire Biafra land and making them slaves. Both the hinterland and the riverine area. They captured everywhere, made them slaves. Created disunity, hatred among brothers and sisters. Our eternal leader, Odumegwu, came again to rescue Nigeria. What came out of it? War. Ojukwu was not fighting for the Igbos. Neither was he fighting for Biafra. That was why he went extra mile, took them to Aburi. Since they took the life of Aguiyi-Ironsi because of unitary system, our eternal leader, Odumegwu, said, let us be on our own. Every region be on their own. Then contributes to a center and let every region be in control of their own resources and whatever they have, and contribute to the center as brothers and sisters and do things together. Remember, they said that Aguiyi-Ironsi introduced unitary system for greed in order to control their place. Then, eternally, the Dim Odumegwu came and told them, went to Aburi with them and agreed in Aburi that every region should be on their own, manage their own resources and be on their own without any distraction. Do everything you can do, then contribute to the center. Still, what happened? The message our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu, took to Aburi was one Nigeria. Aburi Accord was one Nigeria. It was not division, though. It was not division. Aburi Accord was one Nigeria. They rejected it. Instead of accepting it, they brought to war. And more than 5 million Biafrans lost their life. That was the third time to rescue Nigeria. The third step, every time rescue of Nigeria was made, it has always been made by an Igbo man. Even Dr. Nnamdi, when he moved for this issue of one Nigeria nonsense, the Hausas did not want to be free. Hausas, the Fulanis don't want to be free. They say they are not ready. In order to see greater one Nigeria, Dr. Nnamdi will have to pause and wait for them. Say, let's wait for them. He waited. Even Awolowo was telling him, let us go our separate ways, have our independent, go our separate ways. Dr. Nnamdi, a one Nigerianist, a hardcore one Nigerian, still remain and say, no, we wait for the North. What did he bring? At the end of the day, everything was stripped out of him. They gave him a ceremonial presidency, and then the power was given to the North. Every single time there has been a move to save Nigeria, it is always by an Igbo man. Check from history. And at the end of the day, what it brings back to us is death. Including our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu. He did not go for Aburi for Biafra, to create Biafra. He didn't go for Aburi to create Igbo nation. He went for Aburi for a one Nigeria, a peaceful one Nigeria. Today, they are talking about restructuring. The restructuring they are campaigning today, talking about, was what our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu, went to Aburi to discuss. For peace to reign. For us to live as brothers and sisters in the same country. And they said no. They took the life of more than 5 million Biafrans. I just counted 4 times a critical move was made to save Nigeria by an Igbo man. But what came out of it is death. Chukwuemeka revolution. Aguiyi-Ironsi unitary system. Our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu, Aburi Accord. Dr. Nnamdi, independent pursuit. Even our supreme leader, Nnamdi Kanu, held a meeting with the governors and told them, all we want is equal treatment. Give us a seaport, give us an international airport, and have federal government present in Biafra land. They couldn't accept it. What did they do? Instead of them going to do what he said, they went home and organized Python dance. They went and brought Python dance, and many people lost their life in the Python dance. Did you know thousands of people died in Python dance? In the home of Nnamdi Kanu, 28 men were murdered in cold blood. Up to today, nobody has been held accountable. Many other Biafrans were murdered in several places. Nobody was being held accountable. They wanted to take the life of the same Nnamdi Kanu they are giving life sentence today. They made an attempt to murder him. This man that is having life sentence, they took the life of the father and mother. The father and the mother died because of what transpired in their house, because of the tension of what happened in their house. That was what led to the death of Nnamdi Kanu's father and mother. The two of them were buried on the same day. A move to save the Nnamdi Kanu. This is what Nnamdi Kanu told them about the destruction. Look, simple thing to do. The only thing my people need: international airport. Advocating for international airport and seaport in Biafran region. Federal government present. That is only thing Nnamdi Kanu demanded. He didn't demand money. Instead of them doing it, they even promised Nnamdi Kanu they are going to pay him 300 million every month. They promised to put Nnamdi Kanu on salary of 300 million every month. so that he will forget about other people and focus. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu say, no, I do not want your money. All I want is my people. Let my people have a life. Instead of them giving the international airport, building the seaport, and having international federal government president in Biafra land, they choose to pay Mazen Nnamdi Kanu 300 million naira every month. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu rejected it, said, I do not need anything for myself. I am requesting something for my people. It's not for me, for my people. Instead of doing that, what did they do? They brought Python dance. Everything that is happening in Biafra land today is as a result of Python dance. That is when I see people who come and blame Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, blame Mazen Simon, these are idiots, including our people, Igbo people. They come and blame Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Forgot that the genesis of everything that is happening in Biafra land today, the insecurity you see in Biafra land, the genesis is Python dance. Before Python dance, there was no killing anywhere. There was no armed struggle anywhere. Before Python dance, there was only peaceful protest, only flag. Biafrans were raising only flag. Everywhere you see them, they were raising their flag. There was nobody holding any stick. It was only Biafran flag. Peaceful protest. The genesis of what you are seeing today in Biafra land is Python dance. It was during that Python dance. It was Python that gave birth to the insecurity you are seeing in Biafra land today. But when they want to tell the story, they will tell you Mazen Nnamdi Kanu created his ESN. When did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu create ESN? Did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu create ESN before or after Python dance? Did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu create ESN before or after Python dance? They will tell you it's Mazen Simon. When did Mazen Simon join the struggle? The people who were murdered during the Python dance that we saw mass graves so many places. Was it Mazen Simon that took their life? We have videos of mass graves everywhere that was discovered where Nigerian army murdered people in cold blood. Some, they will kill them and they pour them acid to neutralize them. In Biafra land. Was it Mazen Simon? Was it Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? But today, bunch of idiots and animals have forgotten that Python dance. That was the genesis of the whole problem. And from that Python dance till date, the Nigerian government have continued to murder innocent Biafrans in Biafran territory. It was that Python dance that gave birth to the defense of Biafra land that made Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to introduce the ESN. Because after they introduced the Python dance, they went ahead to introduce Fulani terrorists. The Fulani terrorists used that opportunity. It created a way for them to come and invade our land, and they were coming in. As if the Python dance wasn't enough, Fulani came in and they were taking innocent life. We saw one of our young sisters who was murdered in cold blood. They shared his meat into pieces and shared it in the farm. We saw the video. Somehow, many of you have forgotten. These videos are online. Where an innocent woman was murdered in cold blood and they cut the meat into pieces and shared it in the farm. Fulanis were invading our land every day. That was what gave birth to the ESN. And Mazen Nnamdi created ESN. From that moment, no man's return. And the entire Biafra land embraced the ESN. The whole Biafra land, when it was created, they embraced the ESN. There was no single soul in Biafra land that did not accept them. They were all welcome everywhere. And normalcy was coming. The Fulanis were running away. They were packing and moving immediately, returning back to the north. They were returning to the north. With speed, they were returning. Normalcy returned. What did they do? What did they do? Instead of appreciating or following what was built by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to maintain peace, what did they do? The federal government went through the governors and they went and create a counter group that is called Ebubago. They created Ebubago. The mission of Ebubago was to attack the ESN, destroy the ESN, blackmail the ESN. And by the way, when Ebubago was created, the entire Biafra land protested against the Ebubago. Something that was not against the ESN. There was no place where ESN was accused of taking innocent life. There was no place where ESN was accused of stealing. There was no place where ESN was accused of kidnapping. But Ebubago was involved in different kinds of assassination. Ebubago was involved in murdering innocent people. We saw people who went for marriage, a place where they went for wedding, and Ebubago went there and took the life of 14 innocent young men. We saw many places where somebody is owing you money, they call Ebubago will come there and take innocent life. It was everywhere. It was everywhere. And this is, I'm saying, there are still video evidence are still there. We still have the video evidence of everything I'm saying. It is online. Just go to Facebook, you search, type the information, you will get them. They are still there. But all of a sudden, some idiot will come and sit on their platform and accuse Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, accuse Mazi Simon Ekpa of orchestrating insecurity in Biafra land. And they thought we were born yesterday. And I begin to ask, where were they before the Python dance? And after the Python dance? Why is it nobody is talking about that? The origin of the insecurity. Why is it nobody is talking about the atrocities committed by Ebubago? All the five states that they call their Southeast, that 5 states, every state protested that they do not want Ebubago. Something that has never ever happened against the ESN. The whole state protested in the open, and I can give you evidence of the protest. They are still there. Massive protests in Anambra, in Enugu, in Imo State, in Abia State, everywhere they said they do not want the Ebubago. But yet, it was forced on them. They went and also recruited Asari Dokubo, and their mission was to take innocent lives. And we saw thousands of videos flooded. The lives who were taken. Video evidence. And what again were they doing? All they were doing now is a false flag. They will take innocent life. They created the unknown gunmen. They will take life. They tell you it's unknown gunmen. And the next thing they target IPOB. Flag everywhere. We were seeing it on a daily basis. In most cases, even in the enforcement of the sit at home, we saw somebody who was attacked by the police. When they were exchanging fire, they saw in his pocket the DSS ID card. A member of DSS was caught on fire as an unknown gunman. All this evidence are still on the line. But yet, nobody is paying attention. They prefer to continue to tell you, oh, it is Mazi Simon Ekpa, it is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are the ones who it is. They prefer to choose what they want. Now, do you understand why it is important that we leave the zoological republic? It does not matter what they offer you. There is nothing on the planet Earth that will make any Igbo man to survive in Nigeria. And any Igbo man that is dreaming to save Nigeria, any Igbo man that is bringing, you are only bringing death upon yourself. This time it will not be upon Biafra, it will be upon yourself. Any Igbo man that is dreaming of saving Nigeria, the death upon you, not upon us. I have given you history of those that tried it and it brought death. Chukwuemeka revolution. Aguiyi-Ironsi unitary system. Our eternal leader, Ojukwu, Aburi Accord. Dr. Nnamdi in independent. Our supreme Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, agreement with the governors. Every of this attempt was to save Nigeria. It was not to create Biafra, nor to divide Nigeria. It was to save it. But at all these instances, and then we go and check, what came back to us was death. 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 Millions lost their life. And today, Peter Obi is taking the same step, claiming to be a messiah to save Nigeria. Peter Obi is putting his leg on the same shoe. You saw what transpired in the last election. In the last election, where Peter Obi was fighting for governorship, for presidency, you saw what transpired. Up to today, do you know how many people died in Lagos State? Do you know how many properties that was lost in Lagos State? Do you know how many Biafrans that were sent back to the village because of Peter Obi's aspiration of being a president? Do you know how many people that died? Do you know how many properties, how many businesses that were destroyed? Simply because Peter Obi was trying to save Nigeria. And up to this time, he has not learned his lesson. He is still making that move. This time, Biafrans will not pay for with their blood. Anybody from Igbo extraction that goes ahead to save Nigeria will do that at his own peril. You will pay with your own blood. We will not pay anymore. We will not make that sacrifice again. Never again. Never again. Never again. You are going to pay with your own blood. Any evil person that makes that move, you will pay with your own blood. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. The only alternative that is left for us today is self-determination. And that is where we are heading. That is the only option that we have. There is no other option. No other option anywhere. The only option that we have is self-determination. So this evening, this morning, I have come to reiterate what we are saying and to also to activate that self-determination. As we are discussing this morning, the current Biafra agitation, history, security, challenges, ethnic relation, justice, and national unity. That is what we are discussing this morning. And we will try as much as possible to do justice to this very topic this very morning. Wherever you are watching from, whether you are watching from Asia, Europe, America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, you are watching from Ukraine, from Russia, you're watching from Israel or from Iran, I welcome you and I urge you to like and share this program. Don't just watch alone. Like and share. Like and share. This is an information that has to do with you and I. It has to do with our life. Like and share. It is important. Don't keep it to yourself. We will always speak the truth at all the time. As they are trying to stop us, they are attacking my platform. They attack it. If they have a way to shut me down or bring down this platform, they have done it. They would have done it long a time. But this, their discouragement of blocking my platform cannot stop it. If I come here, even if it's only one person, I will pass my message and go back to sleep. I will pass my message. Even if it's only one person, I will deliver my message. Today's discussion focuses on one of the most debated political and historical issues in modern Nigeria, the renewed agitation for Biafra, and the question it raises about history, justice, security, constitutional rights, and national cohesion. This presentation is intended for educational purposes. It is not an endorsement of any political organization or movement. Rather, it aims at examining historical events, contemporary development, and the different viewpoints surrounding the Biafra question, using publicly known historical information, just as we are doing. I'm not speaking from the blues. You see, all I have said here, I give you instances, I give you examples that you can go and verify by yourself. Everything I'm saying here is verifiable. And if you have a superior argument, feel free to join me and present your superior argument. If you have a superior argument, feel free to join me and then present your superior argument. Send your request either on TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, wherever you are. Send your request and counter whatever I say. Bring your superior argument. I'm ready to face you. Today's discussion covers the historical root of the Biafran question. While the agitation has continued decades after the Civil War, the perspectives of supporters of renewed Biafran agitation, concerns raised by those who support a united Nigeria, ethnic relation and national integration, security challenges affecting southeastern Nigeria and other regions, the legal situation involving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, Ojukwu, the legacy of Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, possible, peaceful, and constitutional pathway forward. These are what we are touching on this morning program, and we will try as much as possible to touch the areas we can briefly, because we cannot talk about all the issues. This platform is for educational purpose. We educate. We are not here to instigate violence. We are not here to push you into actions that is not necessary. We are here to educate because many of our youths do not know what we are doing or what we stand for. And many other people who are not even of Biafra extraction are watching. So we need to educate them of what Biafra is and what we stand for. to understand current event, it is important to understand history. For you to understand properly why what is happening today is happening, you must pay attention to history. Nigeria became independent from Britain in 1960 as federation, as a federation made up of many ethnic groups and regions. The three largest ethnic groups in Nigeria is Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. Like in those days, they call it Hausa Fulani. They were answering Hausa Fulani. But today, they have completely separated themselves as Fulani. These Fulanis are very few people. Initially, what we know in Nigeria was Wazobia, Hausa, Igbo, and Fulani, the three major tribes. And in that Hausa, they used to call themselves Hausa Fulani. Fulani attached themselves to Hausas to make themselves relevant in Nigeria because originally they are not Nigerians. But today they have separated themselves. In addition, Nigeria is home to hundreds of other ethnic communities, each with its own language, tradition, and history. From independence onwards, political competition, regional rivalries, and disagreement over power sharing created tension. This tension increases during the military coups of 1966. The military coup of 1966, which we all know to be a revolution, judging from the information that came from people who witnessed the coup, people who participated, life stories that they told and what was intended for, and why the coup was carried out, it was a revolution. That thing they call a coup could be described best as a revolution, even though they call it a coup. The 1966 revolution. Nigeria experienced its first military coup in January 1966. That is what they call it, a coup. But I bet you, when you look at it deeply, the reasons why the young officers went on that escapade, you understand that it was a revolution to them. Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa was killed. Premier Ahmadu Bello was killed. Premier Samuel Akintola was killed. Several senior military officers also died. Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi later became Nigeria's first military head of state after that very revolution. And mind you, the people that stopped the revolution was also Igbo men. Igbo people stopped the revolution. The revolution was stopped by our eternal leader, Ojukwu, and this Aguiyi-Ironsi, they played a major role in stopping the revolution. Aguiyi-Ironsi government attempted national reform. Aguiyi-Ironsi embarked on national reform, including replacing the federal structure with unitary system through decree number 34. The reason he put that decree number 34, the reason he did that was for inclusion. For inclusion. National reform for inclusion. That was why he did that, to make everybody have the sense of belonging. But supporters say that reform was intended to strengthen national unity. It was to strengthen national unity, that very reform that Aguiyi-Ironsi put in. That unitary, the reason Aguiyi-Ironsi put that unitary system was for national unity. But they interpreted it in a different way and said it was to give power to the Igbos. But even after they murdered him, they refused to remove the unitary system till today. They are still practicing that thing that Aguiyi-Ironsi put in place. Now they continue to practice and they use it against the Igbos. They are now using it against the Igbos. Something they said, that thing they accused Aguiyi-Ironsi of, which wasn't his intention, is what they are now using. It takes for how many years now? For more than 60-something years. One should have thought that since they feel that the unitary system, like those who felt that the unitary system was to take power and lord it over other people, what they should have done that after they took out Aguiyi-Ironsi, they should have now gone back to the original structure that they had. That should be the right thing to do. Like our eternal leader, Ojukwu, the right thing to be done was to go back to the original structure that was put in place. Right? Since they feel that the unitary system was to take power to a particular area, but they did not. Instead, they used that. Up to today, as we speak, they're using that against the Igbos. But the intention of Aguiyi-Ironsi was to strengthen national unity. The intention of Aguiyi-Ironsi for putting that very unitary system was to strengthen national unity. And those who accuse him of using it to lord the Igbos over him, the question is, why didn't they change it? Aguiyi-Ironsi was there for just some few months, and they murdered him and took him away. Why didn't they now go back to the structure that they feel is better? They did not. Up to today, they still hold on that unity. That is why I say Nigeria is not meant to succeed. Nigeria is an evil entity that is filled with lies. Remember, after all said and done, in July 1966, another military coup took place. This is the one that they never talk about. The first one was a revolution. From every indication, it was a revolution. But the second coup, nobody talks about it. The counter coup, nobody is talking about it. That coup that took the life of Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi. Nobody is talking about it. That coup that took the life of Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi. Nobody is talking about it. That coup that took the life of this prominent man and made Gowon the head of state. Nobody is talking about it. Nobody is talking about that particular, the counter coup, which is the major coup. The counter was the major coup. The first one was a revolution, but the most one that destroyed the country was the second one that took the life of Aguiyi-Ironsi that was celebrated on 30th of July. Aguiyi-Ironsi, who was remembered and celebrated on 30th of July, since he died, since more than 60 years ago. Only this year they remember to give Aguiyi-Ironsi a proper remembrance. All thanks to Governor of Abia State. Only this year, after so many years, only this year. The counter coup was the most dangerous thing that happened in Nigeria. We are innocent of. Do you know how many young officers of Igbos that were murdered? They can't even give us the list of number of officers who were murdered. They didn't stop at the officers. They went to the street and began to the pogrom. It was this very coup that brought about the pogrom. We are innocent young men and women. We are murdered in cold blood. Children and women. They killed them. They put them in the truck and sent to Biafra land. This is the major coup that was supposed to be talking about. This is one that was called a coup. That's what nobody is even talking about the counter. Nobody is talking about it. Nobody speaks about it. Nobody gives detail of what transpired. Instead, the people that carried out this massacre, the pogrom, they are being celebrated today. They are the ones in charge of the oil wells. They are the ones today that are the richest in that country of Nigeria. They are the ones holding important positions. They are the ones that are making decisions on what Nigeria becomes today. That is why you say Nigeria can never, ever, ever work. It doesn't matter who is there. It will never, because the blood of the innocent is still crying out. The blood of the innocent is more, especially when after killing them, you still go and spit on their grave. You are spitting on their grave every blessed day. For taking the wealth of the same people you murdered and put in the hand of the people that murdered them, you are spitting on their grave every day, and they will never, Nigeria will never, ever, ever know peace. The only thing that can bring peace is disintegration to your tent, O Israel, so that we can appease the dead. After appeasing the dead, if we choose to come back together and do one or two things together, so be it. The counter coup was a major issue, but nobody talked about it. Following escalating political tension and widespread violence, the Eastern region declared itself the Republic of Biafra in 1967. It was that pogrom that made our eternal leader, after all effort, taking them to Aburi for reconciliation, and they rejected everything. They brought death. They brought war to us. The Civil War. It was Gowon that brought war to the Biafrans. We didn't go there to fight them. We were only defending our land. We never went to war to Nigeria. We never said we want to go and revenge our people that they murdered. They were the ones that conducted pogrom against us. They were the ones and they were the ones that still brought war to us. And they want us to fold our hands. And our eternal leader fought gallantly to defend our people. Biafra Republic of Biafra was declared in 1967 under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegwu. The Nigerian Civil War lasted from 1967 to 1970. The conflict caused immense suffering. Historians estimate a large number of civilians died, many from hunger, disease during the war. True estimated vary widely. Today, you can see some people telling you 2 million died, some telling you 1 million died, some telling you 3 million died. But you know, whenever the public number becomes up to 1 million, you should be expecting that it is triple of what you are seeing. Whatever number you're given is triple it. The war ended in 1970. General Gowon announced a policy, often summarized as no victor, no vanquish. That was the game they played. That was the game they played. They said, no victor, no vanquish. With the stated goal of national reconciliation and reconstruction, but no wisdom, no vanquish. Was it implemented? Not anyway. Even though they said no victor, no vanquish, up to this day, you know they treat us as people who are conquered. Nigeria sees every Igbo man as a conquered person. That is why they dare not want to see us near certain positions in the government. The reason they don't want us to occupy some position in the government is because they see us as conquered people. So you can see the no victor, no vanquish, it was just a verbal word that was made. But in the actuality, there is a written code that there are some positions an Igbo man will never hold in Nigeria. You see why any Igbo man aspiring for certain positions should know that is dead on arrival. That some parts of Nigeria will prefer a breakup than for you to become in charge of Nigeria. They prefer a breakup. Many parts of Nigeria will prefer a breakup. Even though they know you have the politics, you have what it takes to save the country, they will not. They said no, we do not vanquish. But it was just a mere word that was not implemented anywhere. Despite this effort, debates have continued over the full reconciliation. There was no full reconciliation. Remember, they also implemented the 3R. They also talked about the 3R, which is reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reintegration. Reconstruction, rehabilitation, reintegration. These 3R, none of them was implemented. And all these idiots today that are parading themselves as governors know very well that this 3R was not implemented. Even when Soludo came in. When Atiku Abubakar went to Soludo to campaign for presidency in their time, Soludo reminded him of that 3R, meaning that he knows that that 3R was not implemented. There was no reconstruction of Biafra land. Instead of reconstructing the Biafra land, where was the heart of the war? They were reconstructing Lagos State. They were building Lagos State and Kaduna State. But the heart of the war, there was no reconstruction. Rehabilitation, there has never been any attempt to rehabilitate our people, including our soldiers who fought gallantly. Many of them died in poverty, many of them died in pain, many of them died in stress. Up to today, instead of rehabilitation, they keep on reminding us that they killed us before and they will kill us again. They keep on reminding. That was why the late idiot Muhammadu Buhari called us a dot. He called us a dot. That is why, even up to today, they are making every move to remind us that they did it before and they can always do it. At every opportunity, they come and take our life. Reconstruction. Was anything reconstructed? Nothing. Reintegration. Up to this moment, they refuse that we will reintegrate Nigeria. Nigeria have never allowed an Igbo man to reintegrate up to today. That is why whenever there is a problem in any state where we are, they burn our properties, they burn our shops, they destroy lives. In any place, in the north, in the southwest, whenever a little thing happens, they attack our properties because they don't want us to reintegrate. It was we are still the ones forcing ourselves to enter into Nigeria. It is we that is forcing ourselves to go to Nigeria, even with a good heart, to develop it, to give employment opportunity to people, to build it, and yet they don't want it. At every given opportunity, they want us out. At every single opportunity, they want to take our life. With all the effort we have made, at every given opportunity. So you can see that the 3R, none was implemented till today as I'm speaking with you. No reintegration allowed, no rehabilitation made, and no reconstruction. Up to this minute, there is no federal government present in Nigeria. You could imagine that Nnamdi Kanu today is in life sentence because all he requested for was international airport, seaport, presence of the federal government, and the right of the Biafra. And because of that, he is facing a life sentence today. They blackmailed him. They attempted to take his life. They couldn't succeed. They went to Kenya, kidnapped him, and today, against the law, they convicted him without an existing law. They convicted Nnamdi Kanu with a repealed law, and today, they gave him a life sentence in a country where terrorists that murdered and continue to murder people are being forgiven. They are being reintegrated. They are paid on salary. They are sponsored to their holy land to go and worship and come back. But Nnamdi Kanu, whose only request was, give my people equal treatment, they gave him a life sentence. How do you explain that? You as an Igbo man that is insulting Nnamdi Kanu. How do you explain that? It is sad. Very, very sad. Some of you will be asking, why does Biafra agitation continue? For some people who are not Igbos, for some people who are not Biafrans, for some people who are not even Nigerians, you'll be asking, why is it that after so many years, we are still continuing agitation? But as for a genuine Nigerian, as a genuine Igbo person, as a genuine Biafran, you don't have to ask this question. But we know there are some people who are not paying attention, and they ask, why does Biafra agitation continue? Biafra agitation is renewed. Several long-standing concerns have not been adequately addressed. Just like I mentioned, the 3R is still there, pending. It has not been addressed. No victor, no vanquish was just a scam. They always treat us as a conquered people, and they tell you to your face that you're a conquered person. We have seen the Fulanis use that language so many times. They don't even hide it. These commonly include claims like the issues that will show you that nothing has been done. Political representation. Today, there is no political representation of Biafrans. Igbo people has no representation. Igbo people has no representation in Nigeria today. There is no political godfather in Igbo land. There is no political representation whatsoever in Igbo land. We don't have. The people that we have in Igbo land today are people that are representing the caliphate. They represent the caliphate. They stand for the caliphate. They fight for the caliphate. In terms of economic development, there is no place that Nigerian government participates in economic development in Biafra land. Infrastructure in Biafra land is zero. Instead of them to bring infrastructure to Biafra land, they will take it to Niger Republic. That was why they took a rail that was constructed by the money from Biafra land, yet that rail did not come to Biafra land. Instead, they took it to Niger, another country. They construct a rail and enter into America. Go to that country and build a refinery. But in Biafra land, where the oil is coming, there is no refinery there. There is no functional refinery in Biafra land. The one that is there, they couldn't even rehabilitate it. No infrastructure whatsoever. Security-wise, you see what they're doing in Biafra land. Security-wise, they have created insecurity in Biafra land. They militarize Biafra land every single day from one pole to the other. As they militarize Biafra land, it is just a buffer for the Fulani Janjaweed to be operating. In most cases, when kidnapping happens, it happens near the checkpoints. We have seen revelation. Even these idiots today that are attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they were among the ones that made the investigation and said that Nigerian government and their military were involved in Biafra, including kidnapping. But today, the same people that made this investigation, they come today, they turn it to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They say, oh, it's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is the problem. That is the evil of the black man. That is how evil some people are. Biafran people, Igbo Biafrans, some Igbo Biafrans are evil. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talked about Igbo saboteur. That the only saboteur you pray not to meet, the worst saboteur you pray not to meet is an Igbo saboteur. An Igbo saboteur, they can go to any length. You can see a man come to national TV, sit down comfortably and ask that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be unalive. That when you unalive Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, security will return. Only a madman can think that way. Only a madman that doesn't have conscience will sit on the national TV and make such request. Something that even the arch enemy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot say. But an Igbo man came on national TV and said that. Historical recognition. They try to throw away our history. They try to distort history. They distort history. Recreate our boundaries. They took away important spots where there are resources in our land and they carry it to a different place. They tell our children that they are no longer our children. They tell our brothers that we are no longer brothers and sisters. Even as we speak. And the only thing that can stop this evil is we walking away from the zoo. That is why, unapologetically, I say it and I say it again. The only remedy in Nigeria is disintegration. Peaceful disintegration to your tent, O Israel. Go your separate way. Everybody go their separate ways. And I hope and pray that one day, somebody will be touched. Somebody will touch, either in the United States or any part of the world, to pronounce that word to your tent, O Israel. Every region should be on their own, manage their resources and manage their security. Only that will no man's return in Nigeria. Apart from that, just like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, Somalia will be a child's play. Somalia will be a child's play in Nigeria. The marginalization is not going to stop. It is not going to stop. It is going to be increasing. It will increase to the extent that the world can no longer be silent again. But we are not going to wait until then. Just like they don't want to call the Biafran genocide a genocide because they were waiting for us to die, every one of us to die before they now call it a genocide. But we can't wait until we are completely exterminated for them to write that genocide. No, we can't wait. It will be an abomination for us to wait. In United Nations, before they can be able to approve it, they will make sure that the entire people are wiped away. Only then they describe it as genocide. We cannot wait for them. We are going to fight to be alive. We are going to fight to keep ourselves alive. And that is what we are already doing. That is what we are already doing. And we will continue to do so. It doesn't matter what anybody says. The truth will always remain the truth, and we will continue to speak the truth only. Nigeria has experienced multiple security challenges across different regions as we speak. And what is the cause of the insecurity? The people that brought the insecurity you see in Nigeria today is the Nigeria itself. The politician is here. The federal government of Nigeria itself. They were the one that brought in the people that are kidnapping them today. The people today that are in charge of the Christian genocide that's happening, we are brought in by the Nigerian government and the officials. And this is not a propaganda. They came on national television and they confessed to that. El-Rufai confessed that he went and paid them at a point in time. He paid them and told them to stop killing. And they said they're not going nowhere. We had another one who came and confessed that they were the ones that went and brought Fulanis from across Sahel to assemble in Nigeria in order to remove a Christian in power. So when we say this thing, some of you will think it's just a propaganda. It is not a propaganda. Everything I say here is verifiable. That is why I tell you, when you come to my platform, take note of everything. You are free to challenge it. If you have a contrary or superior argument, bring it forward. Click the link and come in and bring it forward. I am not here for propaganda or blackmail. Everything I say is based on fact. They are all verifiable. When we accuse Nigerian government of being responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria, of the killings, there are evidence to that. There are evidence to that. Today, as we speak, what Nigeria has brought upon himself have transformed to different groups of atrocities. We have the one they title banditry. The same people they call bandits are terrorists. Bandits that can be able to shoot down an aircraft. Bandits that can operate and take the knife of a general, kidnap a general and collect ransom. Is that bandit anymore? That's not bandit. You can't describe that as bandit. In Nigeria today, kidnapping has been the order of the day. Kidnapping, not just one, kidnapping of children, entire school children. Not once, not twice, not thrice. Every single day. Kidnapping of the entire village, entire church. Terrorism is the order of the day in Nigeria today. Communal violence is, we see that every single day. The Fulani terrorists coming to attack communities for no just cause, destroying the farms and the farmers. We have seen them on video, where they come to a farm for no reason, destroy the farm produce, they destroy the farms with no reason. Today we hear everybody, people want to go their separate ways. The Biafrans are gearing up to get out of Nigeria. Even the Oduduwas are going out. The only reason the Ojukwu is silent today is because their brother finally is the president and he was able to buy them over. And today, the Oduduwa movement transformed into a political pressure group with their leader, some of the world today, being the armed group of Bola Tinubu. They have changed their course. Today, they are fighting for Bola Tinubu, not for Yoruba people anymore. The fight of the Oduduwas today is for Bola Tinubu. He has been able to buy the Oduduwa group, and they are silenced. They are silenced. The only people that still stand strong is the Biafrans. These were the same Oduduwa group that we supported. Mazin Nnamdi held several meetings with them. We planned on going on several issues. Mazin Simon Ekpa stepped in, this is the same thing, hold several meetings with them in the pursuit of freedom. All of a sudden, Tinubu came in between them and tear them apart. And today they have become a political tool for Tinubu. In Nigeria today, everywhere is filled with criminal gangs of assorted type. Different gangs operate everywhere. We see attack on civilians every single day. The civilians are the one suffering. Attack on the civilian by the police, attack on the civilian by the army, attack on the civilian by the vigilante groups, attack on civilians by the Fulani terrorists, attack on civilians by different groups of terrorists. Communities in many parts of the country, including the Northeast, Northwest, Middle Belt, Southeast, South, have been affected in different ways. The entire nation is on fire. And when Mazin told you of Nigeria becoming worse than Afghanistan, worse than Somalia, you thought it was a joke. You haven't seen nothing yet. There are different public opinions about cause of insecurity and the effectiveness of government responses. And you can tell the story. If you are following Nigerian events, if you are following what is happening, nobody needs to tell you, nobody needs to come and instruct you and tell you, look at what the fact is. Just like in the Southeast, we know that the insecurity in the Southeast, just like I explained from the beginning, was created and caused by the Nigerian government. The insecurity you see in the Southeast today is orchestrated by Nigeria. And even up to tomorrow, the Southeast is the most peaceful area in Nigeria. Till tomorrow. Till tomorrow, Southeast still remain the most peaceful. Even Nigerian government is forcing themselves to create chaos, to create fear, to create instability, burning houses and taking innocent life, driving away all the youth from their villages. Yet, Southeast remain peaceful. The most peaceful area you can talk about. Everything that's happening today in Nigeria, the Nigerian government is responsible. Government officials in Nigeria are fully involved in the insecurity you are seeing. You saw recent testimony where people were testifying in the north how the government officials are sharing money with bandits. How government officials are sharing money with bandits. They collect 5 billion and they give to the bandits 1.9 billion. And they take the remaining to themselves. They collect ransom and they share with bandits. They negotiate truce with them. They tell them where to attack, and whom to attack, and how to attack. They help them to collect the ransom. And yet, some of you think that somehow Nigeria is going to work for you. Sorry, you haven't seen nothing yet. Wherever you are, it is high time we stand up and support our supreme leader, Nnamdi. These men have put their life on the line for you and I. Our supreme leader, Nnamdi, is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Nnamdi is the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, unchallenged. The supreme leader. He has proven himself. Tested and trusted, sanctified, as white as snow, unbribable. He has faced several criminal charges brought by the Nigerian government, including terrorism-related allegations, which he has denied, which you and I know that he has never, any way or manner, participated in terrorism. Nnamdi has never been seen with something as simple as a knife. Nnamdi have never been seen attacking anybody. Nobody have testified and said that Nnamdi sent him to go and take innocent life. There has not been such testimony. But yet, Nigerian government choose to charge him for terrorism. His legal proceedings have involved multiple court decisions. Multiple court decisions in his favor. Up to today, it remains a matter of significant public interest. In that, many courts have vindicated Nnamdi. In Nigeria, he has won his case in 2 courts or 3. He has won his case internationally in Kenya. The United Nations Arbitrary Committee gave Nigeria ultimatum to release him and pay him compensation. Up to today, instead of listening, the Nigerian government choose to hold him and put him in detention. You and I know that the constitutional right of Nnamdi has not been respected. All we are asking is fair hearing. All we are asking is for fair and transparent judicial process for Nnamdi. We are not asking for mercy, pity, or lenience or whatever. No. All we are asking is for the rule of law in the case of Nnamdi, which Nigeria will never ever have. And that is why we look elsewhere, calling on the international community to intervene. And thank Chukwuemeka, the United States is paying attention. The case of Nnamdi is no longer a local case. The case of Nnamdi has gone outside Nigerian boundaries. And I thank Chukwuemeka that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case today is discussed in the Parliament of the United States of America. It is no longer, it is outside Nigeria. And every one of you know how strong the United States is. When the United States of America comes into a matter, it becomes a strong game. You don't play with it anymore. Once the United States of America comes into an issue, it is no longer in your hand. There's nothing you can do. And I strongly believe that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to join us any moment from now. But all we are saying is that the United States should hasten on. More people are dying. More lives are being wasted. And more are going to die if nothing is done, and done as fast as possible. The Nigerian government maintained that the legal process should continue in accordance with Nigerian law. But do they actually obey Nigerian law? Because in that same Nigerian law, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was freed. The Nigerian government was told to pay Mazi Nnamdi Kanu compensation. As we speak, they are owing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu billions of dollars that was supposed to pay for him. Did they obey their own law? No. Their law says that before you can convict any man, no person can be convicted without a written law. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted without a written law. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted with a repealed law after several adjustment of the charges. The charges that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started with when he was arrested in 2015 is not the charges facing today. They have adjusted it to the extent that they can't adjust anymore, so they decided to use any law available to convict him, including a repealed law. Could that be called a justice? That is not justice anyway, and nobody should accept that, regardless of different views. The principle of due process and fair trial is widely recognized as a cornerstone of the rule of law. That is what we are saying. Regardless of what you believe, your own idea, whatever you say, whatever you support or whatever, whether you're a one Nigeria or no one Nigeria, all we are asking is that the principle of due process and a fair trial is widely recognized as a cornerstone of the rule of law. Fair trial, that is what we're asking for. The rule of law, that is what we're asking for. We are not begging for anything else. Likewise, in the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa. Mazi Simon Ekpa is coming for appeal on the 5th, 5 days more. 5 days more. And I believe the Finland authorities are watching the drama that has been happening in Biafra land since Mazi Simon was kidnapped. The same man, they say that he's responsible for the insecurity. Do you know how many people have been dying since Mazi Simon was kidnapped? Do you know how many people have lost their life? Do you know how many businesses have been destroyed? Do you know how many houses have been destroyed? Even as you're watching this video, do you know how many people that their life have been destroyed in Biafra land since the arrest of Mazi Simon Ekpa? Finland convicted Mazi Simon Ekpa without looking into evidence available. Personally, I can provide thousands of evidence against the Nigerian government on the insecurity in Biafra and how they conducted insecurity. We have several videos. Remember the people who were murdered in our mama. 4 innocent young men that were murdered by a Bubago who went for traditional wedding. Traditional wedding, they were murdered. In our mama. You remember what happened in Ojukwu? There are several examples, video evidences that we have to share. Some of them I cannot share here because they are very, very disturbing. I can't share them here. I have thousands of evidence, which I know most of this evidence are with our Prime Minister, and the prosecutor in Finland refused to look at them. The prosecutor only chose to look at evidence that was provided by the Nigerian government. And those that were preserved by Mazi Simon Ekpa, he refused to look at them. Can you call that justice? That is not fair trial. That can never be a fair trial. A fair trial is looking through all evidence available, both from the accuser and the accused. Every evidence must be looked at. No matter how horrible it is, you must look at it. That is what we call fair trial. And we believe in this very appeal, it will be a different ballgame. I strongly believe that my Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, is going to join us after his case, which is going to last from the 5th of August up until 21st. The hearing will be from the 5th up until 21st. So we are expecting to see Mazi Simon Ekpa with us again in a very, very near time. Within the space of this 1 month, we will have him with us by the special grace of Chukwuemeka. So wherever you are, continue to pray. Simon Ekpa is a Finnish Nigerian political activist associated with supporters with Biafran cause. He is the Prime Minister of Brigi, Mazi Simon Ekpa, fighting for Biafra. Many never believed him before. Many call him an enemy, call him different kinds of names. Many were part of those who blackmailed him, but today they have realized their mistake. Many who was part of calling for his head, today have realized the mistake. Finally, they have seen that he wasn't the problem. Instead, he was the solution. All he was asking for, looking at was solution. All he was providing was a solution to guide and protect his people and make sure they are more black. They are not modern. Today, he has faced legal proceeding in Finland relating to allegations connected with his activities. Those proceedings are separate from Nigerian legal system. And I believe Finland, as a westernized country, Finland that is rated high in human rights, should do better. They should do better and not drag themselves to mouth because of Nigeria misinformation. No country today accepts information from Nigeria without questioning it adequately. No sensible country today receives any document or information from Nigeria without questioning it appropriately. So Finland should do more and come out with a good answer on this appeal. And I strongly believe that something good is going to come. As with any legal matter, allegations should not be treated as established fact. Finland should not be treating allegation against Mazi Simon Ekpa as an established fact. It is not. Unless determined by a competent court of law. And how would that be determined? Looking through every single evidence from the accused and the accusers. Looking through every single evidence. It must pass through the formal way. You don't skip any. No matter, don't tell me, oh, this one is too hard for you to watch. Then you are not fit to be there. If it is too horrible for you to watch, you are not fit to be there. Every evidence must be looked at. That is why you are there. Observers generally agree that legal proceedings should be conducted fairly, transparently, and in accordance with applicable law. That is what we are asking. Fair trial for Mazi Simon Ekpa. The rule of law, which include admitting every available evidence, no matter how small, no matter how big, they are all important. Every single evidence must be admitted. That is what we are asking for. And I believe that in the next phase that we're going to see from the 5th, it is going to be a different ballgame. So wherever you are, as a Biafran, continue to prepare yourself. More especially for the protest that we're going to hold on the 4th. That protest, you need to be there. Every Biafran need to be present. Show yourself. Do your own part and let the remaining be for Chukwuemeka to do. Don't allow anybody to belittle you. Don't allow anybody to cage you. Don't allow anybody to restrict what to do. It doesn't matter. I tell you, one thing I have always said, that there are so many, when you come on social media, you will see things that will discourage you. Today, it takes extraordinary strength to join this struggle. It takes extraordinary strength to continue to talk about Biafra. When you come online today and you see what our people, the same people who are fighting for Biafra, if you see what they do and what they say, you get discouraged. More especially the Igbo people. Their attitude online is discouraging. It takes extraordinary strength. And that extraordinary strength is what is needed. No matter what you see, no matter what you hear, we must continue to speak and stand with our leaders, Mazi Nnamdi and Simon Ekpa. We must continue to defend them. It is not enough. It is not enough to disregard Mazi Simon Ekpa and fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You are missing it. For you to fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu effectively, you must acknowledge the good work of Mazi Simon Ekpa. If you join the people who demonize Mazi Simon Ekpa and think by demonizing Mazi Simon Ekpa you can vindicate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are an idiot. You are an idiot. You haven't learned your lesson. You see the same people who attack Mazi Simon Ekpa are using the same templates is what they are using against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. The exact template they used against Mazi Simon Ekpa is what they are using against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you're not waking up yet, sorry, you will never wake up in your life. If you have not waken up at this stage and understand that the only way to defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu effectively is to first of all debunk every single lie against Mazi Simon Ekpa, every single blackmail against Mazi, you must trash it into pieces. That is the only way you can effectively defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you continue to support that evil agenda against Mazi Simon Ekpa, you continue to support the blackmail against Mazi Simon Ekpa, and you think that that will now make you vindicate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are an idiot. You don't know what you're doing. You haven't learned your lesson. But I know that so many of us today are doing the right thing. More especially, many IPOB media warriors, they are saying the right word and they are focusing. And in this protest that is coming up in Finland, IPOB is represented and they're going to be there. Members of IPOB are going to be there. In the court of Mazi Simon Ekpa, members of IPOB are going to be there in solidarity. We are one people. Enough of the division. Nigerian government came through Chike Doziem and China Samworu and created problem. And today, I thank Chukwuemeka to away that demarcation, to take away that distraction, to take away that hindrances. And today, we can boldly speak as one people. We can boldly make our case as one people. I appreciate Chukwuemeka for that. And I appreciate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for having that initiative to do it at the right time. Today, we are speaking as one people. IPOB today, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, with the HOD, Chris Wogu, we are 100 in support of every activities they present. Whatever Chris Wogu said, we will support it to the last. It is about Biafra. I have told people, I am not for any group. I am not for group. I am for Biafra restoration. I don't care the group you belong. If you know what you will offer, bring it in. Just like I was saying, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu doesn't care about the name you call yourself or the group you belong. The important thing for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for Biafra and making Biafra a reality. That is why he works with every group. He worked with Avid. He worked with Rising Sun. He worked with Ambassadors of Self-Determination and so many other groups. He recognized everybody. He is not imposing IPOB on anybody. Because naturally, originally, we are all members of IPOB. The only place it becomes bad is when you, as an individual, you are denying IPOB. You're an idiot. IPOB is our Anobi. That is whom we are. But some of you, because of your own selfish interest, some of you, because you think that IPOB will make you relevant, some of you, you think that once IPOB gains the fame, he recover his fame that he's known for, that you become irrelevant. You are scared. Because of that, you're preaching against it. But your preaching cannot stand. It cannot make any difference. The supreme leader of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has spoken. He has restored IPOB. The reborn of IPOB is real. It's real. It is real. And every one of us, we are IPOB and we will support every instruction that comes from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through the HOD, Chris Wogu. Through the new HOD, Chris Wogu. And the new DOS, whatever they say, we are going to abide by it and support it. So whichever mushroom group you are, try as much as possible, continue to do your own part. There is something everybody can contribute. If you know what you can contribute, continue to make your contribution. At the right time, you will be recognized. You will be recognized. Whatever you're doing, have a role to play. Every one of us is important. Nobody is not. Every one of us is important. As long as you are focused and doing what you're supposed to do, you are important. But when you are doing something out of greed, envy, jealousy, because of self-seeking, when you are self-centered, you're just doing to promote yourself, sorry, you will be disappointed and you're going to lose it. You saw the issue of our general, Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, that was remembered after so many years. After so many years. That is one of the injustices in Nigeria. The non-recognition, non-proper recognition of Aguiyi-Ironsi is one of the injustices. If Aguiyi-Ironsi was to be a northerner, Abuja would be named after him. If Aguiyi-Ironsi was to be a northerner, he will be celebrated every year in Nigeria. But they forgot him until Alex Otti came into the picture. And Alex Otti came to remind them that an injustice was done against this man, the first military general, the first military head of state in Nigeria, murdered in cold blood. You honor those that murdered him. You made them billionaires. Those that murdered him are one of the richest people in Nigeria, if not the richest. But you forgot that innocent man. Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi occupies an important place in Nigerian history, whether you like it or not. He was Nigeria's first military head of state, a senior military officer, a participant in major historical events during turbulent periods. Questions are sometimes raised about whether his contribution have received sufficient public recognition compared with other national figures. You and I know that he has not received such attention. Different historians and commentators hold different views, though. Some argue his legacy deserves greater public attention through historical research, education, and remembrance. That is the right thing to do. But Nigeria, they don't remember heroes. Instead, they remember murderers. They remember those who committed genocide. They remember criminals. That is what Nigeria remember. But they don't remember the actual heroes. They forget them. They throw them to trash. I thank Chukwuemeka for Alex Otti, who has brought up the issue of Aguiyi-Ironsi and made him to get the actual honor that he deserves. Others knows that assessment of his tenure remained closely connected to debate over the political event of 1966. The 1966 story, you know what it is. You know what transpired in 1966. You know the blackmail of 1966. It was that blackmail of 1960 that kept Aguiyi-Ironsi on the shadow. That is why the case of Aguiyi-Ironsi they don't want to remember him. They don't want somebody to speak about Aguiyi-Ironsi because of the lies of 1966. But finally, after all the confessions that is coming that 1966 was not an Igbo coup, 1966 have nothing to do with the Igbos, 1966 was a revolution. Today, finally, Aguiyi-Ironsi is remembered. Aguiyi-Ironsi is celebrated. I thank Chukwuemeka for that. After so many years, it is important encouraging historical scholarships and open discussion can help citizens better understand the complex period of Nigerian history. Aguiyi-Ironsi is somebody that needs to be studied. Aguiyi-Ironsi is not somebody you're supposed to put under the carpet. Aguiyi-Ironsi is not somebody that is supposed to be remembered once in a while. And I thank Chukwuemeka that finally he is remembered. And let us watch this short clip that was made in his remembrance. I want us to pay attention to this short clip and see where the governor of Abia State went and paid respect to Aguiyi-Ironsi in his grave and some other national celebration that was done. That is the governor of Abia
State. Laying of wreath for the 60th memorial anniversary of Nigeria's first military head of state, General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, who ruled Nigeria from January 16, 1966 to July 29, 1966. He took over power after a chaotic military coup and only led the country for about 6 months before he was killed in a counter-coup.
Did you hear that? Aguiyi-Ironsi led Nigeria only for 6 months. Only for 6 months. You see, this is the man that we are accusing of bringing unitary system, that he was trying to give dominance. But after only 6 months, he was murdered in cold blood. Did they remove that unitary system? No. They did not remove it. They continue to hold on that unitary system. Till today, as we speak. That thing they accused Aguiyi-Ironsi of is what they are doing. They have been doing that for many years, more than 50 years now. One should have thought, since you don't want the unitary system, you feel that Aguiyi-Ironsi was trying to use the unitary system to dominate it. Why then did you now come and implement that unitary system? Why then are you now holding on to that unitary system? Why then do you now go to war and refuse to remove the unitary system, even when Ojukwu asked for it to be removed? God will never forgive Nigeria. That is why anytime you attach your name to Nigeria, anytime you claim to be a Nigerian, you are bringing curse upon yourself. Anytime you associate with your life with Nigeria, you bring curse upon yourself. You bring curse upon yourself. That is why every one of us, we must be very careful what we do, how we do it, and when we do it. We must be very careful. Let us hear him.
Gathered here at the International Conference Center in Umuahia are eminent Nigerians from different spheres of life, including a representative of President Bola Tinubu, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and wife of former President Patience Jonathan. They all described the late military ruler as one who understood that leadership demands sacrifice. Tinubu's representative and Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, says Nigeria would continue to honor and preserve the legacies of the late head of state, who was also a distinguished soldier.
The values of patriotism, discipline, selfless service, integrity, and national unity, which General Aguiyi-Ironsi exemplified, remain as relevant today as they were 60 years ago. These enduring ideals continue to guide our armed forces and inspire all Nigerians who are committed to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous nation.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo urged citizens to draw lessons that promote unity, inclusion, and national cohesion through the death of the late general who sacrificed his life for the Nigeria we all enjoy today.
Anniversary like that, celebrations like that, occasion like that, should strengthen Nigerian unity. Nigeria common security. Nigeria shared prosperity. Nigeria togetherness.
Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi, who has left us 60 years ago, stood for one thing. He stood for the unity of Nigeria.
Ironsi's younger brother describes him as a Biafra Nigerian who gave all for the good of the nation. He also appreciates Governor Lex Oti for the honor bestowed on the former head of state 60 years on.
We are gathered here not only to mourn, but to remember, to honor, and to rededicate ourselves to the Nigeria believed in.
The Abia State Governor says, though Ironsi died at the young age of 42, he left indelible marks in the sands of time.
Aguiyi-Ironsi gave up his life. That's what happened. If it was about self-interest, in today's world, 80% of the people are interested in self-interest.
Guests at the event, including the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Azubike Hendrika, maintained that Ironsi stood for the unity of Nigeria and stood firm in his decisions for a better country. Nora Okafor, Arise News.
You have seen it. That was the remembrance of Aguiyi-Ironsi after 60 good years. Only now, thanks to Uti, United States. I have been speaking about Aguiyi-Ironsi most of the time in my program, how he was relegated to the background and forgotten completely. Meanwhile, Nigeria celebrates those that committed genocide against the Biafrans. They rewarded them with oil wells. They gave them important positions in the world. They made them icon in that contract from called Nigeria. But the very first head of state, who was innocently murdered in cold blood, never remembered anyway. I thank Oti for making it a point of duty to at least to make Aguiyi-Ironsi once again remember. After a good 60 years, it is better late. It is better late than never. So at least we can know that all that we've been saying all this while, it is not just falling on empty waters. These people who call themselves politicians, they know the truth, but sometimes they fail to embrace the truth. But at a point in time, Chukwuemeka will force them to say that which they are supposed to say, even when they don't want to say it. And for what just transpired. And more things are going to happen. More is going to happen. That is why any place you are as a Biafran, stay strong. This is a very difficult time. And whenever it is becoming so tight and difficult, the end is near. Today, it takes extraordinary courage to come and preach Biafra online. More especially because of what our fellow Biafrans are doing, especially the Igbos. Sometimes when you see their activities online, you become ashamed of yourself. You wouldn't even know how to start talking about the issue of Biafra. The way they attack themselves, destroy themselves. But at the same time, every one of us that is genuine, even if it is only one person remaining, stand strong. Biafra is possible. It is here. None of them can stop it. Their propaganda, blackmail, and distraction will never stop it. We will continue until we get to our promised land. I can see my brother, University, you are there. Mute yourself and speak to us. If you are there, University, are you there? On TikTok? My brother, University, are you there on TikTok? If you're free, just unmute yourself and speak to us if you're free.
Yeah, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, my brother. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks so very much.
You're welcome.
I pick up the mic because I wanted to ask you some few questions if you're willing to answer.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, my first question comes from you refer to other Biafran groups as mushroom groups, and that they should follow Chris Mogo and everything he says goes. Why do you refer to other Biafran groups as mushroom groups?
Okay, why I refer to other groups as mushroom groups is because of looking at the structure of how we started. I can say we now have so many groups, but we have only one family. And in that family that we have is IPOB, which every one of us belong to. And when I say IPOB, I'm not talking about limiting it to a group. I still call those who create organization or whatever as a group, because when the way Nnamdi Kanu address the issue of IPOB and the way he treats it, he doesn't cage it into a particular group where it becomes only people who are registered members of IPOB that has to make add a result to what is happening or participate in the struggle. So using that mushroom groups mainly is for some people who are making themselves much more relevant than others. There are people that make themselves much more relevant than others. They all put their heart and mind on their group, except information that comes from their own group. They will not accept it. Some of them are even preaching against the message of Nnamdi Kanu, whom every one of us accepts to be the leader of the struggle, regardless the group where you belong. But once he gives order, you will still see the same people going against that very order, preaching different things against what he has said. And why they are doing that is just to make sure they keep the relevance of their group. They feel that maybe when they detach themselves and begin to speak as one body under IPOB of Nnamdi Kanu, that they will become irrelevant. But at least we see some people who are still having their own groups and they are still working with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu did not tell them to shut down. But they respect every information that comes from Nnamdi Kanu and they follow it. So I have problem with those people who are not following the instruction of Nnamdi Kanu. They even preach against the IPOB. Some of them, they come, they preach against IPOB, forgetting that that is the root where every one of us started. That is where we all started. Nobody is telling you not to have a group. Maybe if you can't be able to operate, just like Mazi Samuel said, that if we cannot be able to work together, we can work in our groups where we are working, but focus on that collective effort interest that we have. Focus on that collective interest, which is self-determination of Biafran people. As long as you're focusing on that, you wouldn't be seeing your brother or your sister as a threat. You wouldn't be seeing any group as a threat, because every group have what they can offer. Every group has something they can offer. There are something that groups are better than that in the area where you are performing better than others. So why I use that word mushroom group is because of those individuals who feel that wherever they are is much more special than the others. That's why I use that language.
Thank you very much, David. That's very well explained. You are right. The source of the movement began with the IPOB. And why I asked the question, because you saw what happened when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. Yes. And you saw Simon when he was crying and shouting on these people, especially Ejiofor.
Absolutely.
Simon tried to go Ejiofor account, even mentioned all Nnamdi Kanu's family, that if they are not recognizing the activity of Ejiofor, they must be accomplished to what happened to Nnamdi Kanu. And today, we've seen when they wrote letters against Nnamdi Kanu, even some of the things they have done, we've been trying to clean them. And in cleansing some of these things, they take resources and people are doing it. And since Nnamdi Kanu has made a pronouncement about the new GUS, we've been trying very hard to ensure that they understand that we support them, they have everything. But we've not seen any of these people visit any groups to even find out what is going on there. So working together with them is just only on respecting the instruction of Nnamdi Kanu on not to be resisting other groups. People should just focus on their group and do what they are doing, because we've placed so much resources in trying to build a Biafran government, because that was the only way we could fight back against Nigeria. And because of that, Simon has been paying the price for that.
Yes.
And David, you know, most of us risk our safety in Nigeria during the time we set up the self-referendum program.
Yes.
Some of us goes into our communities and neighboring communities campaigning for them to vote. And he placed many of our IDs in public. And none of these people from the DOS who work with Nnamdi Kanu try to recognize our effort. And it seems like Biafra was meant for some certain individuals. Even myself, at some point, I was almost beginning to have the feeling probably maybe Biafra was meant for people in the southeast. But when I studied the Asian Biafra, it has nothing to do with such thing, and something like southeast and south, they never exist.
Yes.
Even if our people put it in their mouth today and use it as if it's something good, it never existed. And then our people thrived, and our people lived a more glorious life than what we are suffering today under Southeast and South. We don't even have ourselves again because of that particular thing. Now, we have issues on the ground, and that is why we're going to set up what is set up and make and produce the fourth administration. But some months have passed now, we've not seen move from the fourth administration to even unite Biafra. I'm not saying that they should collapse Biafra, because I've heard when I did my broadcast on Kanu and Master Prophet, Kanu has made speech like collapsing the Biafran government. He didn't even put in consideration on what those people are doing. most of those people, since we have tried in homeland, and it seems like the resistance over there has been too much. But however, our request for them to free Nnamdi Kanu for us to drop out, they never did. They never freed Nnamdi Kanu. The only thing they did was to prolong his incarceration. And they did that because Simon was not letting them to do what they had in mind. They had in mind to kill. They wanted to want life for it. But because of Simon, they could not do. When they passed the judgment, they made it that what they wanted is to analyze him. What the Biafrans were doing, they couldn't do that. But the same Biafran people started speaking the language of Nigeria, speaking acts against Biafra, their actions keeping Biafrans in prison. That was what themselves supposed to do for themselves. And Nigerians were not hiding anything they were doing. They were saying that they were going to use people to Igbo land or to unalive Igbo people. And they did it. People who, many Biafrans and some years in prison today, including ones that died. And some have people who claim to be in the freedom fighter. And these people, they have not done, they are still out there. Someone is in prison for what he did not do. So, when we talk about group, David, the way you explain it now is very clear to me. So that someone complete government, and you must know that ONU is in support of it as of today.
Yes.
As I talk to you. And that is not just a group. In fact, the Biafran government, however, Nigeria has attacked it with different groups. I've never been surprised with groups. That's why it is shaping. What I'm trying to do is to ensure that setup that we set up, the inner doesn't get to collapse. Because the fight we are fighting as a righteous fight, spiritual, truth keep coming out over time. And when that time comes, they will realize that what the Biafran government has the platform to secure Biafra. The only reason why the Biafran government cries for unity and try to work hard on it is because of when we are united, our resources will be united to, achieve all our projects and our programs.
Yes.
Because social media is not going to bring the
No.
Our making friends, meeting people, meeting government will help us to, it will reduce the complexity and it will make many things to be clear. We may even gain support from some of these people while we keep moving forward. And my last question, David, we are supposed to have a program.
I can't hear you clearly. I think you're... Please check your network. I can't hear you clearly. Your last question, I can't get it.
Okay, then let me go out and come back.
Okay. So on the issue that my brother was talking about, I think he has a point there. Many of us, we are equally worried the way he's worried, but the difference is that so many of us, we treat issues differently. Every one of us treat issues differently. The unification of Biafra is very important. And just as I said, why I use that issue of mushroom group. There is no group is more superior than the others. And my joy is that Mazen Nnamdi recognizes every group. Mazen Nnamdi, it is we that are the followers that are creating confusions today that is making the unification somehow a little bit difficult. I can remember when Mazen Simon Ekpa was doing everything possible to make sure that the Biafra, the legacy of Mazen Nnamdi stands. Mazen Nnamdi was full much aware of that effort, and he did everything he can to see that legacy of Mazen Nnamdi stance. Even at that time, it was so difficult. While he was working, some were busy castigating him and saying nothing. But at a point in time, he gets to a point in time when he becomes a little bit settled and he opens his hand up. He's brought that olive branch for every group. He was reaching out to other groups. He was reaching out to other groups. Even the time of conference and the time of conference mainly, he gave an open invitation for everybody, every Biafran to attend. So for now, I know it is good we talk about this issue. Actually, just like my brother is showing concern about the reaching out of the new DOS to other groups. It is important. It is important. Reaching out is important because it is very important reaching out to them. But let us not judge. It is not too late. It is not too late. It's just the new establishment of the new DOS was just made some few, either a month or a month plus now. So for me, I don't see that it is too early, and I don't say it is too late. Maybe they still have some other day because a lot of things have damaged, a lot of things were destroyed. They will still have a lot of things in their hand, but I know it's going to get a time where we will begin to reach out, because just like more especially the brigade that was created under Mazi Simon Ekpa and Njoku, and all the effort that was made during that time, and everything that was achieved, every achievement of Mazi Simon Ekpa, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is very much aware. Is very much aware. And why it was very easy for Mazi Simon Ekpa is that Mazi Simon Ekpa at that time had a representative to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every information, he makes sure it gets to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even when he was in the DSS, Mazi Simon Ekpa was making sure that the information gets to him in one way or the other. So another thing that should be done is that every Biafran group should make sure they are available. Just like the AVID, the Rising Sun, and the ambassadors of Self-Determination, every one of them is appropriately represented. They are adequately represented in the presence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not just from distance. So I also encourage every group, whichever group you are, whether USB, whether Briki, whatever, if you are genuine on your own side, make sure that you reach out to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and have a proper representation. As for recognition, a time is going to come. I believe that time is going to come when every one of us will come together under one umbrella and speak the way we are supposed to speak. That time is coming. I am not accusing anybody as of now. I'm not saying that anybody is not doing what he or she is supposed to do now. But it's good that when we have an observation, that my brother made an observation that the new DOS have to reach out. They have to reach out. It is something, once Biafrans are saying that's a concern, I believe they are hearing us. Those who are hearing, they should reach out to other groups. Other groups should reach out. Once he begins to reach out, don't always wait for them to come. You can reach out. Look for the heads of those groups. Talk to them. Reach out and see where everyone can be able to meet. See where everybody can be able to meet and begin to pursue. It is not necessarily collapsing whatever they're doing and joining. No. Let there be that a united front. Let there be that a united front that everybody should follow, so that we can be able to limit this attacking of each other. Even as at now, it has reduced. What we are mostly seeing now is the attack that these idiots are doing against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and everybody is focusing on those criminals, those sack DOS. Every genuine Biafra is focusing on them to make sure we stamp them down. That is a very good move we're making. But at the same time, a time will come when we have that single umbrella, a point where every one of us will meet, have a common ground to meet. I believe it's going to reach that. I believe that you're going to get to that. And this new HOD, if he's not looking at that, should, as a matter of seriousness, begin to look at that direction. I know he has a lot to do now, a lot of things in his hand, but I also believe that to get to that point when he will reach out to all the heads of all the groups and make sure that it's that common ground of meeting point. They can still do one or two things. Look at what every group have achieved, where they can be used, and every group would put it together and now carry on this very force. There was a program that Mazi Simon Ekpa did, and he talked about every group having a significant effect on this struggle. There are something that the IPOB themselves can do better. There is something that other groups can do better. There is something everyone can do. Look at today. In the United States, there are people today that are pushing for the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we are seeing AVID the rising sun, and ambassador for self-determination, active on that direction. Look at in Israel. In Israel is a single person, that our sister Rachel, single-handedly is doing what she's doing. With the name IPOB, doing extraordinary things. Likewise in other places. So if you know that you can do, just do it. And at the point in time, you are going to be reached out. We will put all this effort together. And then we become unstoppable. Don't be discouraged. Don't, for me, let us not be waiting for praises or accolade from anybody. If you know what you can do, continue to do it. That time is going to come when we are going to have a united front to push forward, because there is no way you can throw away every effort that others have made. No. If you can't tell, every group has something they have contributed. The only thing I have problem with is that when you limit your head to only your group and you focus on attacking other people, when people do something, if you don't understand what they have done, or you don't like what they have done, or you don't understand it, or you don't want to participate, just keep silent and ignore it. Pretend you didn't see it. Don't come on news. Don't come on media and begin to attack another group on what they are doing, even though you don't understand it or you don't like it. As long as they said it that what they are doing is to promote Biafra, don't come online and begin to attack them. If you do not understand, reach out to them and ask them why they are doing what they are doing. They will explain to you. Maybe after explanation, you will understand better. So I take offense when I see people, when you talk about the day, because just like the case of Master Simon Ekpa, that is coming for hearing on the 5th, the case of Master Simon Ekpa, there are some people today, they don't like the issue when you talk about protests. They don't promote it, they don't talk about it, simply because they are not the one that initiated it. When they want to talk about it, they just talk about it as if it's not something that is important. They are not going to lay emphasis on how important it is and encourage their people fully to do, simply because they're not involved. So when I see such a thing, it irritates me. That is why I use that term, mushroom group. Because you're in a very little place, you decide to cage yourself limit yourself within a particular environment. You don't have to limit yourself as a Biafran. Don't limit yourself. Keep yourself open to the struggle. Keep yourself open. Reach out. Make your contributions. Anywhere that you see that something is being done to promote Biafra, make your contribution there. Don't limit yourself and cage yourself to a very particular group that is only this one that is going to bring Biafra. Without this will not happen. No. It doesn't work that way. That is why Mazen Nnamdi doesn't limit himself. Mazen Nnamdi keep hand open. Once you bring an idea to Mazen Nnamdi and your group is for self-determination, you bring your idea, he will encourage it, he will embrace it. He's not going to tell you, shut down your group, come and join me before I listen to you. No, he's going to listen to you and encourage whatever you are doing. And that is how it's supposed to be. We are talking about protests on the 4th. 4 days more. This is something that even IPOB media warriors are promoting it. And encouraging members of IPOB. That is the right way to go. Or some people, they talk about it sluggishly as if it's not important. You talk about the legal representation of Master Simon Ekpa, proper and adequate legal representation. Some people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to look into it simply because they are not the one in charge. They're not the one in charge. They believe that when they support it now, they promote that group and they will become irrelevant. No, it doesn't make you relevant. You still have your own area where you're doing. If you are on defense, don't condemn other ones to promote your own. Focus on that your own and speak about that your defense. If you are the one, you one way or the other, you are in defense. Focus on your defense. Those who want to support defense will come there and support you. Those who want to support the legal activities will support the legal. Those who are supporting one thing or the other, regardless the group you belong, you support. It is all about Biafra, not about groups. I take offense when I see people limit the issue discussion about, make it about groups. No. It doesn't go down well with me. And I pray that by the grace of Chukwuemeka, we will continue to do things based on our collective interest, based on unity of purpose. The reason for which we gather in all the groups we gather is Biafra, self-determination. That is why we gather. So why would you limit yourself? keep your hands open and embrace everybody. Any place you hear a message, genuine message, you know genuine message, make you see one. I don't believe in personal gratification. I don't believe in building strong men and strong women. I believe in building institutions of Biafra. That is why in my program, I don't promote anybody. I don't promote any group. I only speak about Biafra. And the only personalities that is special to me is Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel, because they have proven what they're made of. They have paid the ultimate sacrifice. They are putting their life on the line. So is it not something to ignore? What they are doing today, so many of us cannot do. What Nnamdi Kanu is going through today, I'm not sure I can go through it. What Samuel is going through, I'm not sure I can go through it. So why wouldn't I appreciate it? These are people that have proven, tested, and trusted. So when I come here, I speak about their issue. I speak about their issue with utmost respect and honor. Apart from that, no other person. That does not mean other people are not doing something. Other people have what they are doing. And when we see what you are doing, I will equally promote that. I will equally talk about it. But until then, the only people that stands out today that are the face of this struggle is the supreme leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and our Prime Minister, Samuel. And we will try everything humanly possible to see that we continue to do what we have to do to promote them. I'm still waiting for my brother, University. If you are still there, University, I don't know why you cannot be able to come back again, or maybe you have an issue. I know sometimes you are equally joining from work. Sometimes you're joining from work. My brother, University, if you are still there, you can log in back and let me get that your second question, because it is important. I could not get your second question. I couldn't get it. So try and log back in. Let me get that second question. It is important. It is important. That is part of the things we do here, communicating with each other, understanding each other's perspectives, because if you don't ask questions, you will not understand. Sometimes that is why you see people, they go to platform, they misinterpret people. You might say something, people go and twist it to suit their own idea, to create different kinds of ideology, to create different kinds of topics. And before you know it, people will begin to hate you because of something you didn't say. People can twist words and twist. That is why it is, when you see things you don't understand, ask questions. Reach out to everybody, regardless the group they belong. Once you see somebody speaking on a platform and there is a topic that caught your attention, go there and speak. Go there and speak. Make your own contribution and say it the way it is. You don't need to promote or praise anybody. This is about you and I. It is about our unborn generation. It is about our future. So it all depends. It's about our future. It is not about somebody. Even as we talk about Nnamdi Kanu, these are people that are putting their life on the line, not because of themselves, because of you and I. If they are free today, you and I are free. If they are free, you and I are free. So it is very important, wherever you see the issue of Biafra, speak about it responsibly, respectfully. There are some people that when they come to my program, regardless whatever I am saying, they will just come to attack. There are people that are like that. When you come for a platform where program is here, you don't even look at the topic. Even when the topic is about Biafra, it is not about your group, it is not about you, it is not about the people you love, but yet, once you come to the platform, the next message you're going to send is a distraction or insult. Will that give you Biafra? Will that make a difference? Will that make me to change my mind and begin to speak differently? Will that make me to join your group? No, it's not going to change anything. You are only constituting nuisance. You are only bringing down the reputation of Biafra. You are only showing the world that we are not disciplined. You must be disciplined. Even when you disagree with what I say, it doesn't have to result to hostility or insult. No. You are entitled. You must not agree with everything I say. You have the right to disagree. The only thing you can do that, if you have a superior argument, when you disagree, you come up here and we sort it out. Sorting it out, we're not going to fight or insult each other. The Biafrans are there to judge. And when they look at us on our argument, they will now choose what to believe. Our own duty online here is to broaden arguments, to expand discussions so that people can be able to take critical decisions and take responsibility for their decisions. That is why we are here. Nigeria is not a place for you and I. You and I know. And the earlier we begin to prepare to move out, the better. Nigerian diversity is one of its greatest problems. People say diversity is a strength, but the diversity in Nigeria is a destructive diversity, and it is in no way strength. Nigerian diversity is not strength in any way. A diversity where some people prefer that except you have their religion, you're not supposed to be alive. How can that be strength? A diversity where some people believe that they love animal more than human being, that they can take the life of thousands of people because of one single cow. What sort of diversity is that? A situation where people prefer animal than human being. Who wants to be part of such diversity? Who wants to be part of it? How can that be strength? How can such diversity be strength? Where we don't have anything in common. We don't have the same language. We don't speak the same way. We don't have the same religion. We don't have the same lifestyle. How can that be strength? In this where there is this kind of destructive diversity, they have gone their separate ways and they are peaceful. We have seen countries of the world break out into value system. In any country where the value system is not one, there is no way there will be peace. It is impossible. It is undoable. You can continue to pretend diversity is strength. It is not strength when it comes to Nigeria. The destructive diversity you have in Nigeria can never and will never be strength. Has never been strength. The diversity in Nigeria presents challenges that requires effort to build trust and mutual respect. But there is no plan for such in Nigeria to treat those challenges. And the challenges of diversity in Nigeria is irredeemable, is incurable. The only thing that can cure the diversity trouble in Nigeria is separation, peaceful separation through referendum. Peaceful separation through referendum. We can still be good neighbors. We can still intermarry. We can still do business. We can still be friends. We can still do so many things together. Separation is not war. Separation is not hatred. Even in the Bible, at a point in time, there was a man, was it Noah or whoever, who told his brother that or his neighbor that the time has come that their herdsmen will be fighting each other. Instead of allowing them to fight, take this side and go your separate ways, I go my separate ways, so that we can maintain peace among ourselves. Even he gave his in-law the first to choose fair before I choose. That story is in the Bible. Some of you who are Christians, who knows about it. The story is in the Bible. So in the Bible, where a man told a brother that a time week has come because we have grown so big, our herdsmen will be fighting each other. There will be no peace. The only thing that can bring peace, eternal peace for us, is separation. And they separated. And from the moment they separated, peace returned. So why don't you take that example? Why don't you take that example and conduct a peaceful referendum? Let people go their separate ways, live peacefully as neighbors, protect themselves, and still do business together. Why is it difficult to do? Constructive dialogue, equal citizenship, respect for rights of all communities are frequently identified as important elements for national stability. But these things are not in Nigeria. They are not in Nigeria. In Nigeria, even the government does not want to engage in any dialogue. The government does not want to engage in any equality of citizenship. The government itself are the ones that are making some people unequal to others. The government itself is making sure that there is no dialogue. Look at the Biafran people for how many years? Self-determination approved by international law, by African peoples and human rights. Even in Nigerian law, self-determination is legal, it's lawful. But yet, they don't want to dialogue or talk about it. Instead, they attack it with all manner of power and take innocent life. In Nigeria, there is no equal citizenship. You saw just recently, a policeman was telling a guy that if you are an Igbo man, I will detain you. This is just one out of many. And many people have been detained and killed simply because they are from a certain tribe. Simply because they are from a certain tribe. You'll be denied certain position because you're an Igbo man. There are some positions you cannot hold in Nigeria. Because you're a certain tribe, there are some positions you cannot occupy. And this thing is a written code in that Nigeria. So how can such a country survive? There is no respect for the rights of all the communities. No respect for rights of people. No respect for rights of people. But these are things that are supposed to have, in order to have a national stability, these things are supposed to be there. But these things are not there, and there is no plan to put them in place. No dialogue, no equal citizenship, no respect for human rights. How can a country survive in such a situation? How can a country function in such direction? It's impossible. It's impossible. And many are asking, what is the possible way forward? Possible way forward for us Biafrans, everyone knows. I have said it again and again. I sing about it, I talk about it. Referendum is the only way to go. Public discussion about Nigerian future often include proposals, such as people are proposing. Now I'm going to read out the proposal people are presenting as a way forward. Strengthening the rule of law. You know Nigeria can never do that. Because if they do, half of the people that is in charge are criminals. Half of the people, almost all the people that are in charge of the government of Nigeria are criminals. So they cannot strengthen the rule of law. If they strengthen the rule of law, they will be in jail. But this is what people are proposing, even when they know it's impossible. How can you expect a drug baron to strengthen the rule of law? How can you expect the convicted criminal to allow the rule of law to be strengthened? People that have cases in the EFCC to allow the rule of law to be strengthened. How can you allow that? Ensuring equal treatment before the law. How can they allow equal treatment before the law? They can't allow it because these people want to lord themselves over you and I. Promoting transparency in governance. There can never be transparency in governance. But these are options that people are given, even though they know it is not possible. It can't be done in Nigeria. It can never, ever be done. Something as simple as improving security. For many years now, you have seen insecurity from Buhari today to Tinubu, and it's getting worse. Tomorrow, if you get a new president, it's going to be worse than it is. There is no even plan, no plan whatsoever. Every day, security for billions, and the thing getting worse. The situation continues to be worse and worse. Expanding economic opportunity. How can you expand economic opportunity when there is insecurity everywhere? These are suggestions people are making. Expanding economic opportunity. How can you expand economic opportunity when there is insecurity the other day? Supporting dialogue among communities. You can't support dialogue among communities because already you have made some people second-class citizens and you made some other people first-class citizens. You have made even the person that is leading the country is a bigot. So how can you ever do that? People will always fall back to their tribe. They always prefer their tribe. Just like when they come about their president, you only see Yoruba president, Hausa president, Fulani president, Igbo president, Ijaw president. It is about tribes. You don't see them act. You don't see them talk about Nigerian president. It's only verbal. But in their actions, every election, you will see that ethnic something. Even though supporting P2B today, they support him because he's an Igbo man. They support him because he's an Igbo man. Many are supporting him because he's an Igbo man. Even those who are not Igbo, they support him because maybe they want to use him to come in so that we can stop talking about the issue of freedom of Biafra. In your dreams. In your dreams. Some are supporting P2B just to stop the Biafran cause. Considering constitutional reform where appropriate. Consider reform. Reform to what? Nigeria don't even have a constitution, let alone having the one to reform. Nigeria don't have a constitution. The right thing should be writing a constitution, but they are not ready. Because when they do write a constitution, they know that they cannot have the kind of hand they have today to steal as they are stealing. Protecting the rights guaranteed by the constitution. Even with the fake constitution that they have, yet they don't respect it. They do not respect it. That is how bad it is. People disagree on solution. In everything I've read out this evening, they are not possible in Nigeria. It doesn't matter how you try. You can continue to pretend these things are not possible. They are not obtainable. And we know people disagree on which solution are best. There is disagreement on which solution are best. But peaceful engagement and respect for democratic and legal process remain essential. We agree. And that is why Nnamdi Kanu has always been open for dialogue. Simon Ekpa has always been open for dialogue. Till tomorrow. But Nigeria is not willing to speak to Biafrans. Instead, they speak to terrorists. Instead, they reintegrate terrorists. Instead, they pay ransom to the terrorists. Instead, they go into contract with terrorists. Instead, they go into truce with terrorists. But discussing with the agitators that have a genuine concern, never ever. How do you make a country in such a way? That is why the ultimate and the only solution remains the disintegration of the contraction of Nigeria, a peaceful referendum for people to go their separate ways. Until you do that, everything that is being done is a joke, taken too far. The Biafra question is not only about history. It is also about how Nigerians understand identity, governance, justice, security, and the future of the country. Different citizens hold sincerely different opinion about these issues. That is true. Meaningful progress depends on informed discussion, respect for human dignity, adherence to the rule of law, and peaceful civic engagement. That is all we are pushing and calling for in Nigeria. But unfortunately, those who are running the affairs in Nigeria are not willing to listen or engage. My fellow Biafrans, wherever you are and you join this program, thank you for joining today education live stream. I encourage you, everyone, to continue learning from reliable history source, listen respectfully to different perspectives, and contribute to discussion in a constructive and peaceful manners, not by insulting, not by attacking, but in a corrective and peaceful manner. Let us continue to engage, even with those that disagree with us. If you found this discussion informative, consider sharing your thoughts respectfully in the comment section and exploring additional historical resources to deepen your understanding of this important chapter in Nigerian history. We will continue to speak, regardless how difficult it is, regardless how they try to bring our morale down, regardless the attack that is coming to us from east, west, north, and south. We will continue to make our voice heard. My fellow Biafrans, I appreciate every one of you that have been with me on this program today. I thank you for being part of the program. My brother, University, I can't see you again. I think maybe network problem or one issue or the other. Hopefully, I got to hear from you. We can be able to reach out, or you can send me a DM, then let me know what your questions are, and I can be able to address that. So I appreciate everyone that is watching, those that have watched from TikTok, those that watch from Facebook, those that watch from YouTube, those that are watching from other social media networks. I appreciate every one of you. Continue to share this video to all platforms. Remember, sharing and liking is very important in this platform today because the attack we are getting is huge. It's huge. They are trying everything they can to bring our platform down. But Chukwuemeka, we never allow them. The more they try, the more they fail. The only thing they do is to shadow ban our platform and make sure that it's not visible. Many people have been calling me that they're not getting notification, they are not seeing the program. So the only way you can help me out is click like and share whenever you join my program. Click like and share. Share on your platform. Share to family and friends. Share to those, even those who disagree with us. Let them hear from us, come with their questions, regardless the group they belong. I belong to Biafra. Anything that has to do with Biafra. But if you're a one Nigerian and you have a superior argument, you're welcome. My platform is open for everybody. As long as you're human, you have conscience, and you have a superior argument. Come here. Let's sort it out. I thank you all for being part of this program, wherever you are joining from. May Chukwuemeka continue to guide and protect every one of you. I appreciate everyone that have listened, and I pray that Chukwuemeka will continue to guide and protect our Supreme Leader, Nnamdi, and also protect our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa Ojukwu. No weapon formed or fashioned against us as Biafra shall prosper, and no weapon formed or fashioned against our Supreme Leader, Nnamdi, shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa Ojukwu, shall prosper. Thank you so much for being part of this program. I will see you again by the grace of Chukwuemeka later in the day. I'm going to come back for the evening section, and we will continue. And after this program, I'm still going to play in full the message of Simon Ekpa that I started the program with, so that you can listen. Most of the messages that Simon Ekpa preached at the beginning to defend Biafra land, it is very important that you listen. For you to know the motive of Simon Ekpa, he was only there to defend Biafra land. He was only there to make sure that the right thing is done. He was only there defending the rights of the innocent. Not just the Biafra, not just limited to Biafra, to all the indigenous people in that country of Nigeria, including Africans. So most of you did not listen to those messages when he was preaching because of one thing or the other. So I'm revising his messages. Old messages as far back as 2020, 2021, 2022. I'm referring back to those messages. So whenever I play the messages after the program, try as much as possible to listen. You won't learn one or two things from the messages. And may Chukwuemeka continue to guide and protect every one of us. Thank you so much for watching. See you again later in the day. Stay blessed and bye everyone.
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. Pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct, the third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyin, you are sacked. Kukurio Forma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. China Zanworu, you are sacked. Fidelis Ejogu, you are sacked. Chidin Manworu, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. You are indefinitely expelled. You are Nigerian agents. Stay off from IPOB. You no longer speak. You no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000, a blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high. refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra Vanguard Media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of Abbott, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. The fourth Doris is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
1963 have come, and I don't know how Africa or Nigeria people are thinking. How can somebody want to go back to 1960 when Western world want to start to go to 30 years to come? Where I am living now, when we are planning government here, we are planning 30 years. We have 30 years program. As I'm talking to you now, we have 30 years program. We have 30 years 30 good years to come. We are already planning. How can somebody be making reference to 1963? Because, do you know why? Because they lack critical thinking. You see, why some countries are very progressive is because they amend their laws every year. Every year they change something, they add something according to how the economy, according to how the world, the global village is changing, according to how. So you change, you amend. You don't just come and say, I did it in 1960. It worked. So let us go back to 1960. What kind of nonsense is that? That is nonsense. And because in that 1963, there were no Fulani killing everybody in Biafra land. In that 1963, when as they are talking about, there were nobody being butchered and cut off their head in Yoruba land. In this same 1963 that this man is referring to, in Agato, nobody was killed. As I'm talking to you today, they raised over 250 houses in Plateau State. In 1963, it didn't happen. So people should stop dreaming. You see, what is bringing this kind of talk is too much dream. You know, some people have lose hope in their life. They have struggled and struggled. And you know Nigeria, the more you struggle, the harder it becomes. So they have struggled and struggled and struggled, and all they can do now is to go to their bed every night and dream. The dream of how Nigeria was flying in the air. The dream of how elephant went to Aso Rock and killed Buhari. The dream of how all the presidency, they drank a sniper and all of them died. And then they will wake up and follow you to prayer. Stop dreaming. 1963 is not 2021. A lot have changed. And let me tell you, in case you do not know what have changed between 1963 and 2021, I am telling you now, in 1963, there were no Boko Haram in Nigeria. And nobody knew in 1963 that there will be something you call Boko Haram. In fact, in 1963, Nigeria did not see terrorists coming to Nigeria. But today, you have terrorists. So, if terrorists were there in 1963, you wouldn't have that thing you are referring to now. You would not have the structure you have in 1963 that you are making reference to. In 1963, you do not have Ansar. You do not have Al-Qaeda. You do not have bandit kidnapping and abducting people from school. You don't have it. Because if you do have it, you may not have that structure you had in 1963. So before you come back, or before you come to, instead of making progressive, you are retrograding. Retrogressive. People are making, we, the Biafra people, we want to go forward. We want to do things we have not done before, not what we have done in 1960. Who does that? ISWAP was not there. ISWAP was not there. Fulani had not been killing people in 1960. Fulani was not killing people in 1960. So how can you come back now and tell us that, in 1960, the Nigeria was this, the economy was booming, the Igbo people was doing this, Yoruba was doing that, Hausa was have their pyramid. So let us go back to 1960 so that the pyramid of Hausa people will come back. It can never come back. During 1963, you do not have the oil you have now. That time people did not know that oil is money. So they abandoned agriculture, they abandoned the granite, the pyramid, and they abandoned everything. So you are telling them now, let them go back to go to the granite farming. It is not possible. The only way it will be possible is to divide Nigeria. Because by dividing Nigeria, that's northern Nigeria will now begin to discover their potential. If their potential were in that granite pyramid, they are going to go back there. You see, if their potential is in granite, they're going to go back to granite. And they will start exporting it. That is the only way. But for now, with this Nigeria as a country, no tribe will ever attain their potential. No tribe, not Biafra, not Oduduwa, not Fulani, and also although Fulani is not even a tribe in Nigeria. So let us not give them that accolade. They are not tribe in Nigeria. Fulani is never a tribe in Nigeria. So now, when you come and say this kind of thing, it boils my stomach. So if you know this man, tell him that why I am playing this video is for people like him to change the narrative, because he knows what he said here means that he knows the truth. So even if this thing he's saying now is something that he knows, let him not say it out, because he is confusing people who may not understand him. He is confusing people. So he should just say that thing he said in the beginning and just leave this kind of thing, because he's contradicting himself. He made a lot of sense at the same time contradicting himself. So he needs somebody to open his brain to now explain what he means and what he's trying to say. How can he be saying all these things and then want to go back to 1963? We are telling him, because he's not the only one saying this 1963. All these politicians you see today flying that they are the decision makers, all of them want to go back to 1963. But what they don't understand is that 1963, you can't go back to 1963. 1963 has come and gone. You can't go back there. Have you ever come across any place in the world, especially in Western world or America, where America will be telling you, oh, in 1940 something, we had this law, we abolish it. We abolish it. We have to come back to it again. I am asking you, you can never see that. Go to America history, where you have so many laws that have been removed and amended. You can never come across a law where America say, okay, in 1945, we have this law, let us go back there and invoke the law again. It doesn't work like that. It is progress, except if the situation requires. If the situation requires that if they go back to that 1945 law, it will now bring progress to America. And they will do it, because America is always innovative. They are researching and whatever is good for their country. So, but this, what we are saying now is that without even research, Every person know that 1963 have come and gone. So can these people, if you know this man and the people that think like him, can they now look forward and focus? Can these people focus and stop distracting us and stop, drawing us backward? Because when they give the opportunity to air their view like this, after making sense, they will begin to talk like people that Fulani are somewhere remote. How can he want to go back to 1963? With all the things I have just said now, the terrorists there, the killing there, the Fulani herdsmen there, how can he prevent them from coming? How can he prevent them? With 1963 structure, it is not possible. It is not possible. If there were no Fulani motive of Fulanization of Nigeria ahead, we will say, okay, let us try it. But as I'm talking to you now, that structure of 1963 is not feasible. And I don't know where they are bringing this brain from.
Now, East region. The other day I was in Ibadan. My God, I was marveling. When I looked at the edifice of Cocoa Building, I was looking at it. I said, God. I said, did somebody build this thing in 1960 something? Look at that structure. Some countries don't have that structure. I'm telling you. I moved from there. I went to NTA Ibadan. The first, my brother, believe you, me or not, Nigeria had television station before France.
No, you don't say Nigeria. You don't say Nigeria. It is not Nigeria. You say the Western Nigeria. Call it. Let us even, if you want Nigeria to come, in between this, you say the Western Nigeria. The Western Nigeria, the Western region. It is not Nigeria. Nigeria did not have television before France. It was Yorubas that had television before France. You don't ascribe it to Nigeria. You don't give Nigeria the accolade because Nigeria did not make it happen. So it was the Yorubas that have television. Don't twist history. Don't twist history. That time, they did not recognize Nigeria as such because Yoruba have their own embassy. The Oduduwa Yoruba have their own embassy. So it is not Nigeria. Yoruba was a complete autonomous region. So you cannot come and say Nigeria have a television. It is wrong. It's a very wrong narrative. Let us put it straight. Nigeria came to celebrate Yoruba television house. It was not Nigeria. Even that time, Yoruba have their own money. Oduduwa have their own currency. They have embassy. They have a consulate embassy in the United Kingdom. They have their own passport. So you cannot come and say Nigeria. It's not Nigeria. Let us not twist the history. It is Western Nigeria. Western Nigeria. So you don't say it's Nigeria. Nigeria did not make it happen. You see?
Nigeria, that is because there was regionalism. The East, they were doing their own thing. The North, there was competition everywhere, healthy competition. You have the free education in the West. The East, the North, you have the Granite Pyramid. You have the hides and skin in the North. There was competition. Nobody was relying on oil and say, okay, oil must be the main revenue. Everybody was generating their revenue, then paying to the center and developing their regions or their state at their own pace. So we need to go back. There's nobody that will lose if we go back to the drawing board and see that. I believe in one Nigeria. Believe you me, till tomorrow. I believe in one Nigeria.
Now I need to bring this one. This is where I want to come in. This is where I want to come in. After they will speak like human being, after they speak like human being, they will begin to speak like Fulani. Now I want you to listen to it. This is where I have a problem with this man here.
where there's equity, fairness, and justice, where there's nobody that will lose if we go back to the drawing board and see that. I believe in one Nigeria. Believe you me, till tomorrow, I believe in one Nigeria, where there's equity, fairness, and justice, where nobody believe that is superior to the other, when nobody wants to take over another person's property or inheritance by force.
Yes.
That is the Nigeria I'm looking at. I don't know about the Nigeria Buhari is looking at.
Okay, you don't know about the Nigeria Buhari is looking at, but let me tell you, it is not only Buhari that is looking at that Nigeria you are talking about. It is not only the person in Nazareth called Buhari is looking at that Nigeria you are talking about. The entire Fulani in Nigeria and those who call Hausa Fulani in Nigeria, they are looking at that Nigeria that Buhari you think about is looking at. The entire people at the National Assembly, those people you say they will never allow something to happen, they are looking at that Nigeria that Buhari you refer to is looking at. So my brother, now the question to this man, of course, I know that he's not. I know he didn't mean it. don't mind him. don't mind him. You know how he has punctured them now. He has punctured them, give them uppercut and all that in his analysis. And then he come here now. he want to bail himself. So don't mind him. We know them. He don't believe in one Nigeria. Forget all this things. He don't believe in one Nigeria, but because he wants to use this one to bail himself so that if they come for him tomorrow, he will tell them that he is one Nigeria. Did you not hear me? We know them. But my point is that he can still make this his point without coming back to do what he's doing now. You understand? Because what he's doing now, for people who don't understand him, these are the people that will be giving and misleading people, giving people some fake hope in Nigeria. You understand? So somebody who listens to him, somebody who believes in him, if we say, this my boy is talking about one Nigeria. Okay, now maybe this Nigeria will be good though. So he don't mislead that person with that. You understand? So, but somebody like me, I understand him very well. I know that he didn't mean it. And I know that from the way he has talked, I know he don't mean it. I know it's just a way to, he's a lawyer now. He's a lawyer. If he don't do this, then it means that he don't know he don't defend himself. So he's a lawyer. He has to also put mechanism for self-defense. So he is saying this, don't mind him. Don't mind him. He is not one Nigeria. He don't mean it. Because there is no way he can discuss all these things he discussed here. There is no way he can have the sense and the brain to discuss these things he discussed here now and still turn back to say he believes in one Nigeria. It's a lie. You only want to deceive the malam. But me, somebody like me, I understand. But there are people who will not understand him. So don't listen to him. He's not serious.
I don't know about the Nigeria that Malami is looking at. I'm looking at. I don't support any separation. People to separate from the country because we can prosper more being together. There's no land that is poor in Nigeria. Even Sokoto is richer than Israel. Tell me, what mineral resources does Israel have? What kind of soil does Israel have? Sokoto, or which state is the poorest in this country?
Which is true. Which is true, and because that is the point. Which is true, and the only reason, the only way Sokoto will understand this potential in them is by separation. So I want to listen. I would like this man to tell me how he wants to make that Nigeria because when we are talking about Nigeria, we are talking about human beings. We are talking about human beings. We are talking about the character of the people in Nigeria. You understand? And you can't change the character. So the Nigeria itself is a reflection of the character of the Nigeria people. Now, who are this character we are talking about? We are talking about the character of the presidency. We are talking about character of Malami. Like he's mentioning it now. These people, we don't know the Nigeria. So these are the character that reflect in Nigeria. So how are you going to now change this character of Kanu people to understand, or Sokoto people to understand that they have natural resources more than Israel? But you know what? Once you divide Nigeria, you don't need to remind them. They are going to take. In fact, once Nigeria is divided, they will be carrying the investors. Look here, we have this amount of mineral deposit here. Look there, we have that amount. They will be doing that themselves. You don't need to remind them. And you see that granite, they will go back to that granite pyramid because they will begin to discover their potential and what they are missing and what they have been missing for all this while. But with this situation of Nigeria, they can never do that. So I want this man to tell us how we intend to achieve this Nigeria dream, of this Nigeria of his dream. It is good sometimes. We have been challenging them. For example, somebody like him, I can take him on discussion, because not debate. Let him come and tell us how he think, he can, if, let's say, okay, now, let's give him president of Nigeria. Let him come to say how he intend to implement these things that will bring the Nigeria of his dream. Do you know one thing he's going to tell you? Do you know one thing he's going to tell you? He's going to tell you, I will do this, I will do that, but then the National Assembly, when you vote now, they are going to be against it. Now, but what he will not tell you is how will he now convince that National Assembly to vote according to what favors and the progressive of Nigeria. That is what nobody will tell. Nobody will tell you that, because it is not possible. How can he now convince the Northerners that they should vote on something that will make Nigeria to progress? He cannot do it. He cannot do it. But he have Nigeria of his dream. He have Nigeria of his dream, and that is exactly the problem. I do not know those calling me all the time.
That state is richer than most countries in Europe. So we need the government needs to come, because there's enough for everybody. They need to come clean and go back to the drawing board. Let us sit down and talk. It's better to judge than to war. We need to sit down and talk and be one great Nigeria. Those who are talking about Biafra and this, it's out of annoyance, because the Yoruba man will gain more in the one Nigeria. The Igbo man will gain more in the one Nigeria. The Fulani man will gain more in the one Nigeria.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
I have lived.
It's a lie. I am challenging this man. I am hereby challenging this man. If you know Barrister Malcolm, I am challenging him to come and tell us how Yorubas, how Igbos, how Arewas will benefit more in one Nigeria. How will that magic happen? Let him come and tell us, so that I challenge him. So if you are watching me today, you know this man. Tell him that Simon Ekpa has called him out, that we want to invite him, and let him come and tell us how he intends to do these things if the opportunity is given to him. Because one thing is that, of course, anybody that is really genuine will come. But those who are lying, because what he's doing now is to protect himself. Those who are lying, he know that what he's saying now is a lie. But he just have to say it to close the chapter of what he has done in this interview. So anybody that is really genuine and really know that what he's saying, when you challenge him, they will come out, because they already have something. Somebody like me, challenge me anywhere how Biafra will be and why Nigeria will not work. Challenge me, and even if I am sleeping, wake me up and invite me. My brother, I will be there. I will be there, because I will be there to tell you what Biafra will do differently from Nigeria. to work. I will tell you why Nigeria cannot work again. I will give you 1 million reasons why Nigeria cannot work again. So anybody, and that's because I am genuinely fighting for Biafra. So anybody that is genuinely fighting for one Nigeria should be able to do the same thing. Anytime you challenge them, they should be able to come. If anybody challenge me today, I will be there. So now I'm challenging this man. He cannot come and he will not accept this because he knows defending Nigeria will make you look like a mumu. In fact, if any day you come to defend Nigeria, after talking, you lose customer. As a lawyer, if he's still practicing, after talking, he is going to lose customer. Believe me, because no matter how brilliant you are, Nigeria is something you cannot defend. Any day you try it, you lose customer because people will think that this is who you are. But actually, that is not who you are. You understand? That is not who you are because defending Nigeria will make you look very stupid. Where are you going to start? How do you want to do it? So we want him, if he is really supporting Nigeria and really mean what he said, because I am personally believing he didn't mean it. So, but if he say, because he cannot be talking from both sides of his mouth. But if he say he mean it, I am challenging him today for a show and a debate on Nigeria. But let us watch him to the end.
Side by side with Fulanis before. They are wonderful people. Not the ones that are infiltrating now. They are wonderful people. You have met them in bushes. They give you Fura the Nuno. You don't even understand them. They don't understand you. You just
okay. This man don't finally scatter table. he said if you meet Fulani in the bush, they give you Fura the Nuno. Oh my God. Hi. Hi. What is it? This man say the reason why he love Fulani, the reason why he love Fulani is that if you meet them in the forest, they give you Fura the Nuno. Let me play it again. Let me know whether what I heard is really correct. This man don't finally scatter table. Oh my God. I can't believe I just heard this thing now. What?
They want Nigeria. The Igbo man will gain more in the one Nigeria. The Fulani man will gain more in the one Nigeria. I have lived side by side with Fulanis before. They are wonderful people. Not the ones that are infiltrating now. They are wonderful people. You have met them in bushes. They give you Fura the Nuno. You don't even understand them. They don't understand you.
So hi, Agogo. So the Fura the Nuno is fine. So now we know where the problem is coming from. So this, you see, Fulani don't do something for nothing. So if you wonder why this man all of a sudden, after talking and it was making sense. So it was making sense. So all of a sudden, because you know when Fulani are there for them be now. When Fulani give you something, it is piling somewhere in your brain. It is piling somewhere. So as the man was dealing with Fulani and Buhari and all of them, the Fura the Nuno came and said, why are you talking all this back? And turn the brain upside down. All of a sudden, somebody who was telling you how this government how Buhari should be in prison, how Malawi should be in prison, how they have made Sunday Igbo, how 20 Sunday Igbo is coming out, how, all of a sudden, you're going to tell you how he loved Nigeria. So, you know where you see, they are giving you free Fura the Nuno. It's not free. It is not free. My people, it is not free. What you are listening to now is as a result of free Fura the Nuno. Fura the Nuno, he drank many years ago. Is working now. You see? And he remember it. He remember it because it is not ordinary Fura the Nuno. They know that a day like this is coming. when this man will be talking about Nigeria thing, and he will remember Fulani Nunu, and he will tell you, Fulani, they are wonderful people. So, you don't understand. You will not understand. Juju work in different way. Juju may not even have power. But let me tell you, this particular Nunu Difura is working. Because this man now, because of Nunu Difura they gave to him, he now, branded them as very good people. That he live side by side with Fulani. And Fulani are very good people. And not this one infiltrating them now. And this man don't know modus operandi of Fulani. He don't know. Because if he know, he will not say this. And our own is that we will not make assertion. We will not just say something without backing it up with evidence. You understand? We will not say something without backing it up. Now, when I say this man don't know the modus operandi of Fulanis, this is what I mean. He said those who live with them, give them Furadi Nunu. That is how Fulani do. What they do is that they will first of all come to your place. They will first of all come to your place and they will begin. And when they are coming, they are not coming that they are going to attack you after 5 years. No. But of course, now they will attack you within 5 years. But during that time, they have 30 years, 50 years plan. So it was not like they come now and they start attacking you. No. They have 50 years, 30 years plan. They want to have their people in position of power before they begin to show who they are. So what they did was that to come, and when they come, they are giving you Furadi Nunu and all that. And they are waiting until 2021. Now, are those people still giving you Furadi Nunu? My question
But as time goes on, you will find out that that place you've been robbing all the time, putting pressure all the time, has acquired some measure of hardness. That is human nature for you. And I want every Fulani Janjaweed to do this very, very simple experiment. Take any object, be rubbing it against your skin slowly. That's your skin that is very soft. After 3 or 4 days, you will notice that that part you've been rubbing all the time has developed a semblance of toughness. Even in nature, nature do not capitulate. What makes you think that we are going to capitulate? Impossible. Maybe your father is a permanent secretary, or maybe minister, or maybe commissioner, or maybe eating from Hope Uzodinma or Dave Romahi. Maybe they gave you a contract. All of you. Nobody is stopping you from enjoying whatever you're enjoying with government. But allow those fighting for their freedom to fight for their freedom. You have no right to intervene. Allow me to read on the 31st. If you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to try. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. So that when you die and go to the world beyond, you will meet the likes of Ikonso, and they will even deal with her. They're dealing with that idiot at right now. Do you understand me? The era of our idiocy has come and gone. All that, the era of the Fulefu has finished in 2021. If you finish writing all your rubbish, on Monday you will sit at home. On Monday you will be inside your house. Because there are places in our land where foolishness is in very high supply. Omaha is one of them. One of the most foolish places we have on this earth is Omaha, my so-called hometown. Very foolish people. That was the last headquarters of Biafra before Biafra fell. But they are very, very foolish. But on Monday, we are going to teach them a lesson on Monday. Let them come out again to go to Ban Market, to go and open shop. I want anybody, any chairman of any market that is opened, any market you open, the chairman will hear from us. In Biafra land, any market you open, you will hear from us. Another idiotic place is Enugu, our own capital. Look at how foolish all Biafran capitals are. Enugu is another place. I don't know if half of them is born by Fulani. I have no idea. I'm warning all of you in Enugu. On the 31st, you sit at home. If you come outside, you will experience miracle. That miracle you've been waiting for all your life, you will see it in broad daylight. Enugu is known for their stupidity and non-compliance. Omoaha is known for their stupidity and non-compliance, and those are Abakaliki. If you attempt to come out in any of these places, anything that befalls you, you carry it on your own head. Because people are foolish. On the 12th of June, all of you will sit at home. It will be a holiday. You will remember Yoruba man. You idiots. You will remember a Yoruba man that's sitting at home. One man only. In our own case, we lost 5 million people. And you can, if you don't sit at home, we'll make you sit at home by force. People, no wonder we are suffering. You would have no appreciation of the sacrifice of the dead. You think everything is mercantilism, is buying and selling. You convert every situation into a currency. You always look at the monetary value of every circumstance you find yourself in. That is why we have saboteurs and traitors within. They want to convert their position into money so that Abuja can recognize them and come and give them money. But we'll get all of you one after the other. You will see what will happen to you. Warri is Biafra land. They must join the lockdown. Asaba always complies. Asaba will comply. I want Calabar to be locked down as well, everywhere, because we all died together. To all of, to Janjaweed, we're all Nyamani. That's how they see us. Ken Serowa has been forgotten, hasn't he? Nobody remembers Ken Serowa anymore. Because we cannot come together to fight. But the time has come. We must come together to fight everywhere. Can you imagine? Do you think that a Southern Commissioner of Police in Kanu will tell them what to do? They will cut off his head that same night. But an idiot can come to our land and tell us what to do. They will give money to Punch this way, give money to all these corrupt journalists. They will write whatever rubbish. And you're claiming you're serving the people when you're serving the enemy. The Nigerian army cannot fight any war or battle. They are cowards. Anytime they are defeated, they will go to the nearest village to look for who to kill. I was told that they plan to go to Ihiala tonight because they are cowards. Go to the bush and look for people who are looking for you. You're going from house to house, doing showman, gara, as if what you're doing on the road affects people in the bush. You think they give a damn about what you're doing on the road? If you like, go to a village and bomb it till the kingdom come. It cannot stop men from the bush from coming out to do their work. And for the very first time on the 31st, in the next 2 days, I will give the order. If there is any stupidity anywhere, I will give the order for ESN to leave the bushes and come out on the streets. From the 31st, day after tomorrow. Allow me to warn all your governors now. Any state governor starting from Dave Umahi, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, if you try any rubbish on the 31st, by trying to penalize anybody opening their shop on the 31st, I will ask ESM to come out on the streets of Abakaliki. Because you're a fool, a complete idiot you are. Go back to your 419. You have lived all your life deceiving people and calling them to make money. Before they finally recognized you and appointed you, same thing with Hope Osadema. He was secretary of 419ers in Lagos. Who doesn't know that? Look at Ararume. All criminals and vagabonds. These are the idiots that you call political leaders. And you want to go out. Oh, bring whatever you like. Let me go to Abuja. You that you go there, Mietiala will raise your abada and lower your trouser and deal with you. They will take away your boxer shorts from you. You are the one who can represent us. A coward like you. Did you defend the Boy State? You wretched idiot. Did you defend the Boy State? I'm asking you. It was IPOB that did it, not you, fool. When you defeat the Nigerian army, they will go after civilians. That is why I am warning tonight. Nobody should go out, please. After 6 p.m. every blessed day. You know, our people are very stubborn. If you're a young man or woman, you go out in the night, they will kill you. If you don't stay, if you leave the roads open so that men can meet them, we know there will be no casualties. Leave the road. Every 6 p.m. across Biafra land, people should be in their houses. Leave the roads open. Stop interfering. Because when they see you, they will arrest you. Anybody they see, they arrest. We have arrested the sponsors of Look at Fools. We hired new consultants in the USA. You arrest somebody who is selling watermelon as a sponsor who is sponsoring IPOB. Are you not an idiot? And they will ask their zoo journalists to write, and they start writing nonsense. They hate you. Nigeria, or should I say Nigerians, hate you as a Biafran with passion. That is something that Dave Umahi doesn't know. That is something that the other idiotic governors do not know. On the 31st, we shall tell the whole world that we mean business. Complete and utter lockdown. Shut down everywhere. I know 1 or 2 idiots will carry their basket. They're going to market. Can get change home work again. I'll you that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead. Complete lockdown. I have given the orders this evening to make sure that Omuaha, Enugu, and Abakaliki is part of what we're doing. Any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. A lamb more. Highest thing, they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and it will be forgotten. Complete lockdown. We must remember those that made it possible for us to be alive today. We know that in Aba, they are there. The Zoo soldiers, fallen terrorists in uniform. They are camped. These are Boko Haram people that they've not Boko Haram. In fact, this is what are they called again? Al-Shabaab. They are camped in Aba now, in a hotel at Ungwa Road. There's a place they call Amanketa. There's a hotel there. They're there. And the person who is directing them is a Fulani boy that grew up in the area. Their operation will start tonight. That is the reason why I'm doing this broadcast. In Aba, everybody must go inside tonight, so that anything we see outside on the road is bushmeat. Or should I say road meat this time around? Or township meat. Clear from the roads from tonight. Clear from the roads tonight. So that when they are approaching, we can see them. I am warning of those that didn't. You know how people don't listen. And every informant will be identified. Can you believe that Ojukwu was talking rubbish at Abia State or whatever security summit? Ojukwu, an Igbo man. You know what he was saying? That the government should do whatever they can to protect informants. I don't know. There is something they drink. I think once they go to Abuja or Lagos, there's something they give them. They drink. A previously sensible person will start to talk like an idiot. Ojukwu without shame, sacked by Jonathan, although he was doing well relatively against Boko Haram. You want to come down to your land to recruit informants to be pointing at people. And anywhere you see an informant, please, you know that hand, that finger they used to point at houses. Don't kill them, just cut off the finger. So that they will go back and tell their children how they lost one of their fingers. They're in Aba tonight, and they are everywhere, in and around Owerri. Do not go out at night. Leave the road open for men to engage them, because they are cowards. They always take out their frustrations on civilians. That's, if one idiot was writing, I don't like to be killed. Remember Sakibian? But they have been chased away from every Sharia state in the north. Attacked and chased away. Once in a while, you will see channels TV, they will write, we killed 10 Boko Haram today. Have you ever seen them before write and say, we've killed ISIS before? You people that cannot reason very well. What does that tell you about the relationship between these terrorist governments and ISIS in West Africa? But your brain will not go there, will it? After all, you're in these UG black people. What do you know? Your brain can never get there. I'm asking you, have you ever seen them write on the pages of newspapers that they successfully engaged ISIS in West Africa province? No, never. They always say it's Boko Haram, Boko Haram, Boko Haram, because them and ISIS are working in tandem. A terrorist government. A terrorist as a police commissioner in the East telling us what to do after killing us. Should I say 5 million of us many, many years ago. Every informant in Biafra land will be identified, arrested, and dealt with. I can assure you of that. I know that Dave Umahi is serving Fulani interests in our land. Ever since we drove away his Mieti Allah friends, he has been at the forefront of the arrest and execution of many young people in Ebonyi State. This evil man even had the presence of mind to ask people not to remember the dead. Are we just remembering them for nothing? They fought and died for us. Even on every January the 15th, the zoo called Nigeria will remember their soldiers. And you're asking us not to remember those that saved our lives. Without them today, who knows? Maybe I'll be answering Ahmed. Who knows? We must honor them. As somebody wrote now on Instagram, a word is enough for the wise. It's another one we put on the 31st. You know the way we love dead bodies. Your obituary will happen. At least we'll go there and eat rice. Ndara. Monday is a lockdown, 31st of May. Complete and utter shutdown of the entire Biafra land. Evil people like Dave Umai cannot be allowed to prevail over what is good. We often lament about marginalization of our people, but we are the ones making it possible for Fulani to marginalize us. Because if we rise up and say enough is enough, they cannot try that rubbish. You think that by begging they will love you? They will love you? Of course not. Every Sabo will go down. Every supporter of Fulani genocide in our land will go down. This generation is not joking. You can go inside the township and arrest as many people as you like. That is your business. The real men are dying in the bushes. If you say, have you ever wondered why they cannot go into the bush to go and look for men? They're always outside, they're running around from one checkpoint to the other. Come into the bush. And to all apologies of Fulani genocide, I want to remind you of one thing. What did we do to you in 2014 when you killed us? 2015, 2016. What did IPOB do then? Nothing. The more you kill us, the more we protest, the more you kill, the more we protest, the more you kill. Until at the time, God sent his angels to say enough is enough. And that's the era we're in now. And you think we're going to stop? Of course not. Instead, everything will die. You know, it's incremental, gradual. Very soon now, I will introduce what I call the air gun solution. Air gun is not air gun. The air gun is the Israeli freedom fighting movement, along with Haganah, that blew the British out of Palestine, so to speak, or also out of the land of Israel. We are getting there very slowly, very, very slowly, because they can never win. See, the woman, you cannot win. The zoo called Nigeria can never win, because we now have the army of the people, indestructible by the grace of Almighty in heaven. And on that very note, we have come to the end of this very brief program.
Jolly Papa, moi esia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa, moi esia, Jolly Papa, moi esia, Papa oh. Jolly Papa, moi esia, Ipayame mara medawasi ewada wachirami. Ipayame mara medawasi medopa. Tamuno te tamuno bo obasi zizio temeho meka oh. Mi melo anio I say jana nudo I say you're at your phone Deme oh mega oh Kali papa moi esia papa oh Jolly papa moi esia Jolly Papa, moi esia, Papa, oh. Jolly Papa, moi esia, overseas.